Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's Thursday morning, May 16th, or you all know, as I like to call it, Friday Eve, 3 minutes from the top of the hour, now at 5:57 on the East Coast right now. I want to kind of give you that round robin of the top stories, live events, and breaking news headlines you can expect this Thursday morning. Of course, giving you the very latest on the Israel-Hamas war and that looming humanitarian crisis. We'll have live analysis throughout the morning, of course, starting off with national security expert Ken Gray. Now, there's also a lot of talk this morning as it relates to the debate between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. We'll have live analysis this morning from Atlanta, where that first debate will take place. But turning now to developing news, we actually are going to begin this morning giving you a live look right now on your screen out in Slovakia. This is the exterior of the hospital where Slovak Prime Minister is hospitalized at this hour after being shot. And as you can imagine, there's shock across Europe this morning following that attempted assassination of the Prime Minister. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palka joining us now with the very latest developments.
Shock and outrage in Slovakia after the country's populist Prime Minister Robert Fico was shot multiple times.
I think it is a nightmare. I'll tell you, I think I will not wake up from this, that this is not possible to happen in Slovakia.
It happened Wednesday after a government meeting in the small town of Handlova, northeast of the country's capital, Bratislava. Fico had just walked out of a building and approached supporters to shake their hands when shots were fired. The 59-year-old pro-Russian leader was immediately airlifted to a hospital in a larger city for treatment. A post on his Facebook profile says he is in life-threatening condition. Police have detained a suspect. Fico, known as a divisive figure in Slovakia, is one of the country's longest-serving government officials. He served 3 times as prime minister, returning to power last year on a pro-Russian, anti-American message. Despite the controversies, political rival and outgoing Slovak President Zuzana Kapitova condemned the attack.
A physical attack on the prime minister is, first of all, an attack on a person, but it is also an attack on democracy. Hateful rhetoric, which we can see in society, leads to hateful actions. Please stop it.
President Biden also condemned the shooting, saying in his statement he was alarmed to hear the reports, adding the U.S. Embassy in Slovakia was ready to assist if needed. In London, Greg Palka, Fox News.
Greg, thank you so much for that update. Now it's 6 o'clock on the East Coast. Again, giving you a live look there out in Slovakia. That's the exterior of the hospital where the Slovak Prime Minister is being hospitalized at this hour after being shot. We're also following other top stories and headlines this morning here on Live Now from Fox. This transitioning now and taking us out to Texas, where one lane of the Pelican Island Bridge is now open after a barge hit it Wednesday morning. The bridge connects Pelican Island to Galveston, and Pelican Island was accessible by vehicle. Galveston officials saying there were no reports of injuries in the collision that occurred around 10 a.m. However, Judge Henry says 2 crew members did go overboard but were recovered from the water. Right now, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston this morning for the latest developments on this story.
Yeah, on the roadways, it's not even rush hour, and already we have a couple of problems. Now, if you look at the map, for the most part, things are looking good for you. But if you're waking up with us in Conroe, up in Montgomery County, morning to you. I-45 southbound at FM 1488, you got a big rig and a fire that's affecting about half of the lanes there, so that's going to be a slowdown. Also, I want to get you a look with our TransStar camera outside here, because you also have a complete shutdown on 610 the East Loop. Now, this is the northbound lanes here, just after Clinton Drive, maybe after the Ship Channel Bridge. You'll see, though, the opposite lanes, the southbound lanes, are not affected, but northbound shut down. You're not seeing anybody get by there. Now, we know that 2 cars were involved in this. Police say that they actually left the roadway, hit a tree, and then caught fire, and 1 person was killed. Now, emergency crews are there for the investigation. It's not clear, though, how long it'll be closed, but normally a fatal wreck, that investigation will be hours long, so you can expect this to move into the rush hour.
Our other top story this morning, the bridge connecting Galveston and Pelican Island is closed once again this morning after a barge crashed into it yesterday, causing an oil spill. This is a live look courtesy of Saltwater Recon. You can see nobody is making their way across that bridge. The company who owns the barge says it is no longer leaking, but the waterway remains shut down as well.
Okay, so we're taking a look at the latest here on the Galveston side. Shelby Rose is there with the impacts to the people who live and work there. Yesterday, they must have been afraid they'd be stuck there for days.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we're standing right on Pelican Island Bridge, where there are multiple barricades set up, just like the one behind me, that is preventing any traffic getting from Galveston to Pelican Island. No word at this point when it could reopen, if at all, as they do continue to assess the damage on the bridge. Now, officials say this happened yesterday morning around 10 o'clock in the morning when the tugboat operator lost control of the two barges, which resulted in this crash. The barges are owned by Martin Petroleum, and it did cause an oil spill in the bay, which is vacuum gas oil. The barge reportedly does have a 30,000 gallon capacity. However, the Galveston County judge said it's not known at this time how much oil was actually on board, but the U.S. Coast Guard did respond to determine the extent of the spill and what the cleanup process will look like. And Texas A&M at Galveston, which is located on Pelican Island, did give their latest update around 10 last night, saying due to the rapidly changing conditions and uncertainty of the outage on the bridge, they will be relocating all staff and students from the island through at least Sunday. We did speak with one student who took the mile walk across the bridge to get back home.
So I'm kind of worried about those, and I'm also more concerned about the oil spill too, because I'm a marine biology major, so the environmental impacts of that are they're stressful to me.
And we are told just 3 months ago, another barge did hit the bridge as well. Repairs for that were just completed, but the question still remains if it will be able to be repaired this time around. Reporting live on the Pelican Island Bridge, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
Now, the Pelican Island Causeway Bridge opened in 1960. It was rated as poor by the Federal Highway Administration last year. TxDOT had been scheduled to begin construction next summer to replace the bridge with a price tag of around $195 million. About 9,100 cars and trucks use the bridge each day. And as you see here on the map, the main bridge to Galveston, the Causeway Bridge to the beaches, that is not affected.
Now, remember the cargo ship that hit a bridge in Baltimore, causing it to collapse, that killed 6 construction workers. Well, the first cruise will set sail from Baltimore.
All right, and we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston giving us that update. We just heard from their morning reporter, Shelby Rose. Again, I'm sure we'll be getting more updates throughout the day about this Pelican Island Bridge collapse that was hit by that barge. And of course, when those come in, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 6:06 on the East Coast, I want to transition to another top story we are following this morning, giving you a live look out in Gaza. This is in front of a hospital where many people come, obviously, to get treatment if they are sick, but it's also a site of humanitarian aid where it is given out to those needing it. As we know, there was a humanitarian crisis long before October 7th when the Israel-Hamas War started. Now at 6:06 on the East Coast, we're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, following breaking news as it relates to the Israel-Hamas War and the humanitarian crisis, we'll be joined with national security expert Ken Gray with the University of New Haven. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. You're getting a live look on your screen out in northern Gaza at a hospital site where many people come to get aid, but also it's one of those places where they come as this looming humanitarian crisis continues amid the Israel-Hamas War. Following breaking news this Thursday morning, the U.S. military actually finished installing a floating pier for the Gaza Strip this morning, with officials starting to begin ferrying badly needed humanitarian aid into that enclave besieged over 7 months of intense fighting into the Israel-Hamas war. We're told by our content partners over at the Associated Press, the final overnight construction sets up a complicated delivery process more than 2 months after U.S. President Joe Biden ordered it to help Palestinians facing starvation as food and other supplies fail to make it in, as Israel recently seized the key Rafah border that crosses in to push into that southern city on the Egyptian border. So a lot to break down here. And joining us live this morning to do so is Ken Gray, national security expert with the University of New Haven. Good morning to you. Always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, Janae. Glad to be with you again.
Glad to have you. A lot to break down this morning. Good news as it relates to that humanitarian crisis. And we know that the U.S. playing a big role in this, that order from President Joe Biden and the U.S. military actually making it play out. How will this affect humanitarian aid that comes in, and what will that look like when it's to be delivered and distributed?
Let me first point out that the gate in Rafah into Egypt has, since the IDF has taken control of that gate, no humanitarian aid has crossed into the Gaza Strip through that gate. The other transfer point is Karim Shalom. And Karim Shalom, since the Hamas mortared the troops there, no aid is coming in through Karim Shalom either. So right now there is very little aid getting into the Gaza Strip. This pier, the floating pier, which was anchored on Thursday, today, will be part of the very essential route of goods coming into Gaza Strip. The route actually starts in Cyprus, where goods will be examined to make sure that there are no weapons being smuggled in for Hamas. They will be then transferred to this floating pier, where then they will be loaded onto smaller boats, bringing it to a causeway, and then trucks will pick up the offloaded boats onto the causeway and then bring them to a secure area on land. And so it is a complicated system, and it should be able to go into operation, but it has not gone into operation yet, but it is very close to doing so.
And this picture on the screen really puts it into perspective. You can see people walking, carrying boxes filled with aid. And I've actually seen when those trucks pull up outside of this hospital there in Gaza, and people just flock to it, taking what they can. Very old people and very young people. You'll see toddlers even carrying things to help, their parents and loved ones as it relates to aid. I want to ask you, this has been very chaotic, and honestly, there hasn't been any type of method when it comes to distributing this aid. And because of that lack of, planning on people's part, Hamas has come in and even taken some of this aid. Do you think this will help combat that?
So you really have pointed exactly at the problem with this design, is that the United States can deliver this floating pier. The UNRWA are the ones that will have to distribute the goods. And so far they have not been able to do so effectively on the land through the routes through those two gates. And consequently, there's no guarantee that the goods that will be delivered by this system will actually get to the people who need it. Now, I did see overnight that IDF drones saw a UNRWA or UN-marked vehicle being used by Hamas to shoot at people receiving goods at a UNRWA compound. And so even the UNRWA people are under fire at times by Hamas. Hamas also, while the pier was being constructed, while the causeway was being constructed, they were firing mortar rounds at it. So, Hamas, it's not in Hamas's interest to distribute the aid to the Palestinians. They are much more interested in either taking the goods themselves or stopping it from being distributed because it causes problems as far as the outside world goes, as well as the Palestinian civilians.
As you said that, it raised a lot of concerns, as you've been saying from the very beginning. There is a threat to U.S. military out there in the Middle East, and knowing that they were very big on making this possible for those who need humanitarian aid, do you think they could now be a target by Hamas and other terrorist groups? Because I'm sure they're going to be out there making sure things go as planned, since they were very pivotal in making this a reality.
Well, you may recall that in Somalia, the United States was involved in trying to ward off famine there. We had troops in Somalia fighting warlords there, and they were in turn attacked by members of the militant groups there. And the United States pulled out of there because it was not worth the manpower, the deaths of American soldiers trying to distribute that aid. And so that's always a possible problem, is that U.S. and President Biden says that no U.S. forces would have their boots on the ground inside the Gaza Strip in order to distribute these goods. And that's why the floating pier was built as it was, so that it could be built at sea, so the U.S. forces did not have to go onto the ground. But we will see whether or not this distribution system will actually distribute the goods, the humanitarian aid, to the Palestinians who need it.
Great perspective. And we do recall that aid package did pass a few weeks ago for Israel and Ukraine and other entities. Is this that aid package being put to work, or was this long in the works before that aid package even passed?
So there were goods that were already there in Cyprus waiting to be sent to Gaza. However, this money is being used both for additional humanitarian aid and also for this process of getting it into Gaza.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure getting the very latest and up-to-date information as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. We definitely appreciate you joining the show this morning. Is there anything else you'd like to add, anything we need to be keeping a close eye on before we let you go?
South Africa has approached the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, asking for additional sanctions to be taken against Israel and its conduct of war there in Gaza Strip. And so ICJ should be putting out something here shortly within the next couple of days on that request by South Africa. So we will see whether or not ICJ tries to place additional sanctions on Israel.
Absolutely, and we'll be having that update right here on Live Now from Fox. Mr. Ken, thank you again for joining us this Thursday morning. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And as we continue to discuss the conflict there in the Middle East, giving you a live look there in Gaza, you can see those missile strikes continuing. Now it's 6:17 on the East Coast, just painting a more broader picture of how this war rages on. Pressure is mounting for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to outline his post-war vision for Gaza. Allies and supporters at home are demanding he reveal his plans for the war-torn territory before the end of his military operation. Fox News senior national correspondent Kevin Cork joining us now with the story.
A race to find survivors in a refugee camp near Gaza City after Israeli airstrikes decimated a residential building. Fierce fighting also seen in eastern Rafah. The IDF has been targeting both areas in an effort to stop Hamas from regrouping along Gaza's northern and southern borders.
All of Gaza has become one class. Israel has taken us back 100 years.
But the operation is facing heavy criticism. Fighting has left nearby border crossings closed or inaccessible, further diminishing food and medical supplies to the region. On Wednesday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu defended his actions.
So far in Rafah, close to 500,000 people have been evacuated from the combat zones. The humanitarian catastrophe they talked about has not materialized, nor will it materialize.
Netanyahu also fending off critics at home and abroad, who say he has yet to outline his vision for a post-war Gaza.
I call on the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to make a decision and declare that Israel will not rule over civilian affairs in Gaza.
Netanyahu says it's impossible to lay out a plan until Hamas is defeated. Meanwhile, here at home, the Biden administration announced plans to send a $1 billion shipment in new weapons and ammunition to Israel. It comes after shipments were paused earlier this month over concerns about a Rafah invasion. If allowed to go forward, weapons would be transferred in the next 2 to 3 years. In Washington, Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you so much for that update. Again, giving you a live look out in Gaza as the Israel-Hamas War rages on. And we know the Israeli government held a briefing on the latest of the Israel-Hamas War. They also gave an update on that looming hostage situation, those hostages still in Hamas captivity. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. Today is day 222 of the October 7th war. 222 days on, our war aims remain precisely the same: to bring home our 132 remaining hostages still brutally imprisoned by Hamas in their terror dungeons, to destroy Hamas politically and militarily, and to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. I will start today with an update on casualties. IDF fatalities since the start of the October 7th massacre have unfortunately risen to 621. Sergeant Ira Yair Gispan was just 19 years old from Petah Tikva. He fell in battle in southern Gaza. He was a young man adored by his family and friends and his teachers. As the Prime Minister said just yesterday at the torchlighting ceremony on Israel's 76th Independence Day, and I quote, "Our best fighters have fallen in heroic battles. The bereaved families suffer the terrible anguish of loss. The wounded are coping with the injuries of battle with incomparable dignity. I embrace everyone with love. I wish a speedy recovery to the wounded. When I meet many of them and with the families of the fallen, they say, our heroes did not die in vain. They were not wounded in vain. Do not stop until the Hamas monsters are eradicated. And I promise that is what we will do. May their memories be a blessing forever." I want to give you an update on progress of IDF's work to defeat Hamas and other terrorist groups in Gaza. Yesterday, further proof of the terror involvement of Hamas within UNRWA was exposed. Armed terrorists shooting from within an UNRWA compound alongside UN vehicles. Now, we made this video available. It's freely available on the IDF website. It's as clear as day, actually. We ask this simple question: what were the terrorists doing inside an UNRWA logistics compound and alongside UN vehicles? This was UNRWA's logistic warehouse in eastern Rafah. It's a central point for UNRWA's aid distribution in Gaza. Terrorists are seen armed inside the compound alongside UN vehicles and shooting civilians right outside. The UN must answer this question. Now to inside Rafah, where 4 Hamas terror battalions remain. The IDF are operating in specific areas of eastern Rafah. Israel will always operate strictly in accordance with international law, carefully, methodically, and in stages, with temporary evacuations of civilians away from the fighting and towards safe areas with shelter, with food, with water, with access to medical care. Our efforts to prevent harm to uninvolved people go on. Despite this, Hamas have repeatedly rocketed humanitarian safe routes and cynically used civilians as human shields. For the IDF, it's yielding results. Since the beginning of the operation in Rafah, our forces have eliminated approximately 100 terrorists. IDF targeted a Hamas training compound. IDF eliminated terrorists in close quarters combat and located large amounts of weapons and equipment. In the last 24 hours alone, the Air Force has struck and eliminated 80 terror military compounds, weapons storage, missile launches, and observations posts. In central Gaza, our forces this morning completed an extensive operation in the Zaytun area. Around 150 terrorists were eliminated there. In addition, I want to share with you details of a central Hamas war room that was embedded inside an UNRWA school this time. Yes, embedded inside an UNRWA school. In the school were 15 terrorists, some of whom were involved in planning and carrying out the October 7th massacre. We precisely struck the room. They are no more. In Jabalia, in northern Gaza, an overnight operation hit terror operatives and infrastructure. These were intense battles. Around 80 terrorists were eliminated. A cell which fired towards Sderot yesterday was also eliminated. Now to northern Israel on our border with Lebanon. Last night, our aircraft located and identified senior Southern Front Hezbollah field commander, the terrorist named Hussein Ibrahim Mekki. He was in Tyre, southern Lebanon. Mekki had many terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians under his belt since the start of this war. He previously served as the commander of Hezbollah's force in the coastal region. He was identified, he was targeted, and he was eliminated. Reports have stated that more than 30 Hezbollah commanders have been killed in strikes in southern Lebanon in the past 7 months. Now on to COGAT, which coordinates the entry of aid into Gaza. Israel maintains its effort to get more essential aid into Gaza under strict supervision intended to prevent the transfer of equipment and food and resources to terrorist elements. Since the beginning of the war, 28,000 trucks delivering over 530,000 tons of humanitarian aid have entered Gaza. These are the facts. More food and aid enter the Gaza Strip every day, 80% more food compared to what was imported into Gaza before the October 7th massacre. The humanitarian aid arrives at the Gaza Strip by sea, by air, and by land. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now happily take your questions, which you should put in the chat with your news outlet. Thank you very much. First question, please.
First question, what is Israel's response to the UN calling for the recognition of a Palestinian state?
Thank you for that question. Just this afternoon, the Prime Minister rejected the UN General Assembly vote on resolution on May 10th. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, "We will not give a reward for the terrible massacre of October 7th. We will not allow them to establish a terrorist state from which they can attack us even more strongly." Now, in Israel's national unity government, this has been voted on, and it has received unanimous, that's unanimous to a person, approval for the Prime Minister's proposal to postpone the adoption of this resolution. The Prime Minister also said, and I quote, Today, the government opposed the UN decision from last week to promote recognition of a Palestinian state. No reward will be given to the terrible massacre of October 7th, which 80% of the Palestinians, both in the West Bank and in Gaza, support. We will not allow them to establish a terrorist state from which they can attack us even more. No one will prevent us, Israel, from exercising our basic right to defend ourselves. Not the UN General Assembly and not any other entity. We will stand together with our heads held high to defend our country. Now, as part of this postponement, the government determined three things. Firstly, to reject the decision of the United Nations General Assembly of May 10th, 2024, to upgrade the status of the Palestinian Authority and give it additional powers that are usually reserved for member states of the United Nations. Secondly, to state that the decision does not change the status of disputed areas. It does not confer any rights and does not detract from any rights of the state of Israel and the Jewish people in the land of Israel. And finally, to state that the decision will not form a basis for future negotiations and has no purpose in promoting a peaceful resolution to this conflict. Indeed, it simply seeks to perpetuate it. I hope that's clear. Next question, please.
All right, so that was the very latest daily Israeli government briefing happening out in Tel Aviv, Israel, from the Israeli spokesperson, David Mencer. He gave an update on the Israel-Hamas War, also gave an update on those hostages still in Hamas captivity. Now at 6:30 on the East Coast, you're taking a live look out in Gaza as the Israel-Hamas War rages on, missile strikes continuing at this hour. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, heading out to Atlanta to check in with Fox 5's Lindsay Tuman. As we know, Atlanta will take center stage for the upcoming presidential election. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we continue with your Thursday morning headlines, Atlanta will take center stage for the upcoming presidential election. The president and former president are heading to the Peach State for their first debate. Fox 5 Atlanta's Lindsay Tuman live in Midtown with the very latest. Lindsay, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. And this is the area that we're going to see this presidential debate happen. Behind me, we have the new CNN headquarters. They're going to be the first ones to host this debate. And while people are already familiar with these candidates, this is certainly going to give folks an opportunity to hear them face off on critical issues.
Until the election, the president and the former president have agreed to face off 2 times on the debate stage.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate.
President Trump will be up there on that stage. He is ready, and the American people deserve this.
The Biden campaign chose not to participate in the traditional fall presidential debates sponsored by the Nonpartisan Commission, instead asking for media outlets to directly organize the debates. CNN is hosting the first on June 27th, ABC the next on September 10th, before early voting starts.
I think it's a very shrewd plan. It's far removed from an actual election day, so you can fix it if it goes badly.
President Biden's team is also asking for several conditions to prevent a repeat of the last time the two debated in 2020.
It's simply
your party doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist.
I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
Donald, would you
and
just
you don't
be quiet
know
for
her.
Well, now the question is going to be, who exactly is going to be on the stage? Right now, of course, we know both the president and the former president will be taking part in that debate, but there are questions about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Here are the rules. So if he does get at least 15% in 4 national polls, and he also is on enough state ballots to receive enough electoral votes to feasibly win the election, then he could potentially be on the debate stage. So far, though, only the 2 candidates. Reporting live from Midtown, I'm Lindsay Tuman. Back to you.
All right, Lindsay, thank you so much. We can always rely on you for the most up-to-date and accurate information. A lot of anticipation and excitement surrounding this debate. Thank you so much for joining us. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah. And you too.
Thank you. And as we further this discussion of that headline that many people are focusing on this morning, take a look at your screen. We know that former President Trump had a lot to say about the debate. This coming from his Truth Social account. It says, quote, "Crooked Joe Biden is the worst debater I have ever faced. He can't put 2 sentences together. Crooked is also the worst president in the history of the United States by far." The former president goes on to say it's time for a debate so that he can explain to the American people his highly destructive open border policy, new and ridiculous EV mandates, the allowance of crushing inflation, high taxes, and his really weak foreign policy, which is allowing the world to, quote, catch on fire. Former President Trump goes on to say on his Truth Social account, "I am ready and willing to debate Crooked Joe at the 2 proposed times in June and September. I would strongly recommend more than 2 debates and, for excitement purposes, a very large venue, although Biden is supposedly afraid of crowds." He goes on to say that's only because he doesn't get them. "Just tell me when, I'll be there. Let's get ready to rumble." Again, that coming from former President Donald Trump. He posted that on his Truth Social account. Now, current President Joe Biden responding to former President Trump. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays. Donald Trump.
All right, so those brief comments were from President Joe Biden, and you know that the both go at each other. It really is a rumble. They take some low blows, and they say some things that some even find comical. The current President Joe Biden saying, "I heard you're free on Wednesdays," referring to that being the day that there isn't court for the hush money trial that's underway for the former president. So we will continue to follow the very latest. Again, a lot of anticipation surrounding this debate, and you all already know there will be some funny comments said and also some important questions asked as it relates to the border policy, the Israel-Hamas War, taxes, inflation, employment, and then the market. So a lot of things to talk about and discuss. And of course, as that happens, you'll get that right here on Live Now from Fox. Now it's 6:37 on the East Coast. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, continuing with those breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Thursday morning. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if we're just now tuning in. As we continue with your Thursday morning headlines, we know Russian President Vladimir Putin is visiting China's President Xi in a show of mutual support between the two authoritarian countries. The meeting coming as Russian troops move further into Ukraine with that offensive. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen joining us now with the very latest from New York.
Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in Beijing for a two-day visit with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Western sanctions over Russia's invasion of Ukraine have driven the two countries closer together.
China and Russia are not going to abandon each other.
To get around sanctions after more than 2 years of war, Russia has shifted most of its energy exports to China. And Beijing has been supplying Moscow with technology, electronics, and machine tools, which is seen as assisting its war efforts.
We find it unacceptable that the Chinese companies are helping Putin wage this war against Ukraine.
Over the past week, Russia has made its largest advance into Ukraine since the start of its invasion, displacing about 8,000 people from the Kharkiv region. Putin told Chinese media that the Kremlin is open to negotiating over the conflict. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was in Ukraine to show support and assure the country that billions of dollars in military aid is on the way.
The Ukrainian people can and will achieve their vision for the future, a free, prosperous, and secure democracy fully integrated into the Euro-Atlantic community and fully in control of its own destiny.
In a move that will likely upset China, an unofficial U.S. delegation is traveling to Taiwan for the inauguration of the island's democratically elected president. President Biden spoke to President Xi on the phone last month, covering a range of issues. He hasn't spoken to Putin since before the invasion of Ukraine. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that update. And again, a lot of controversy surrounding the Russian president visiting China's president. Again, the U.S. looking at this visit as China aiding Russia in that war against Ukraine. Of course, as we get more updates on this top story, you'll be the first to get them right here on Live Now from Fox. Now it's 6:43 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, we have an update from NATO. Remarks made this morning before we came on the air. We'll have them for you in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your breaking news headlines, top stories and live events of your Thursday morning. Right now, I want to take you out to Belgium as we continue with these top stories, giving you a look now on your screen. Out there in Belgium, the chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Rob Bauer, and Secretary General Jan Stoltenberg, they gave remarks ahead of a NATO Military Committee meeting. Let's listen in.
And we are all immensely proud to have our friend, the Swedish Chief of Defense, General Mikael Bydén, at our table for the first time as a NATO ally, a brother amongst brothers and sisters in arms. And I have a small gift for you. Let me also welcome our strategic commands, General Philippe Lavigne, Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, and Admiral Keith Blunt, the Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe. We are proud to count on both of you for your strategic vision as we work together on strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense. Later this morning, we will meet with the Ukrainian military leadership in the new NATO-Ukraine Council format, and they will join us via a secure line and will brief us on the current situation in Ukraine. Together, we will discuss our continued support for Ukraine in this monumental fight. Today is the 813th day of what Russia thought would be a three-day war. Ukraine has demonstrated to the world that it has the ability to achieve unprecedented success on the battlefield. There is nothing they cannot do. All they need is our help. Luckily, more help is on the way, and that cannot come a moment too soon. Because time in Ukraine is not measured in days, weeks, or months. It is measured in human lives. In allied nations, a week is a week. In Ukraine, a week is a mother, a father, a child, a friend, a lover, lost forever. Ukraine will have our support for every day that is to come. And just as you, Mr. Secretary General, have rightly stated, it is not too late for Ukraine to prevail. Ukraine's freedom cannot, must not, and will not die. And allies, if faced with a choice between meeting the NATO capability targets or supporting Ukraine, you should support Ukraine. Stocks can and will be replenished. Lives lost are lost forever. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is on a historical crossroads, not only between democracy and autocracy. This is very much also about impunity versus accountability. The Russian leadership has made it very clear that they chose impunity. They are acting on an either perceived or conceived existential threat, all to justify their relentless quest to gain power abroad in order not to lose power at home. And for that, they are willing to sacrifice not only hundreds of thousands of their own people, not even bothering to pick up their corpses at the battlefield, but what's more, they are willing to jeopardize the well-being of many more millions around the world, using food, energy, and migration as weapons. It's up to all of us in this room to make sure that does not continue, that the Russian quest to destroy the rules-based international order is halted. Our most valuable assets here are our unity and our deterrence. That's why today we will not only discuss NATO's transformation path, but also discuss how Allied armed forces can make NATO's new defense plans fully executable, which includes the progress we are making on putting more troops on higher readiness, capability building and development, adaptation of NATO's command and control structures, creating and sustaining more enablement, logistics, host nation support, maintenance, military mobility, and replenishment and pre-positioning of stocks. And crucially, more collective defense exercises and training against these new plans. As Exercise Steadfast Defender has recently shown, NATO is stronger and readier than it has ever been, and it's growing stronger by the day. We have it within ourselves to build on the groundbreaking work that has already been done. The integration of NATO and national military planning will enable us to do exactly what NATO flag symbolizes. All allies will follow the same compass. And with that, Mr. Secretary General, I kindly invite you to provide your opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Admiral Bauer there, Rob. Thank you also for your kind words. It is an honor and a privilege to serve as Secretary General of NATO, not least because I have the privilege of working with first-class military leaders like the Chief of Defense I meet in this audience, and therefore I always look forward to these meetings because it gives me an opportunity to update you on what we are working on here at the political headquarters, and then it's always useful and very important for me to listen to you, to your reflections on the way forward. Let me also, as you did, Admiral Bauer, welcome General Budén from Sweden. It is great to have Sweden as a full member. You have been in these meetings many times before, but this is the first time as a full-fledged member of the alliance, so a warm welcome to you too. Then let me also express my solidarity with Slovakia, because we are all appalled by the shooting of the Prime Minister Robert Fico. I worked with him for almost 20 years. We were colleagues together when we were Prime Ministers many years ago. And we are shocked and appalled by the shooting. It violates every idea of a democracy. In democracies we can disagree, we can have different opinions, but violence is absolutely unacceptable. So our thoughts are with the Prime Minister, Robert Fico, his family and the people of Slovakia. Then we meet at a very timely moment. I need to now understand, is this actually broadcasted? Because I was told the meeting was going to be closed.
No, this is there's opening remarks here first that are public.
Yeah.
And then when the media leaves, you have your
remarks
for the...
Okay, sorry, I'm a bit confused. So I was not aware of that. Fine. Then I think I stop my opening remarks there. Thank you so much.
I guess the media were thinking, yes, it's going to happen. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your kind and inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, our sacred task is to support and enable the work of our band of brothers, 3.5 million in uniform who defend our great alliance. Let us recognize their service and sacrifice, for they are defending the democratic values and the rule of law that form the fabric of our societies. On behalf of the Military Committee, I want to express our gratitude and respect for their courage, their professionalism, and their dedication. Our thoughts are especially with the loved ones of those men and women who paid the ultimate price for our freedom, and with all those who are dealing with the physical and mental effects of their time in service, and who are looking for ways to continue serving beyond their service. We honor them as they have honored our great alliance. Please stand. Thank you. We will now discuss with the Secretary General the current political objectives and guidance ahead of the Washington, D.C. summit in July. So I therefore would like to ask the media to depart the room.
All right, so you got those remarks before the NATO Military Committee meeting that happened this morning out in Brussels, Belgium. And on the right side of your screen, some active shots. That top right box, we're following breaking news as relates to the Israel-Hamas war. The U.S. building a pier to deliver Gaza refugee aid, and you see that boat out there on the water that's going to be used to help deliver that aid. And then that bottom box, a live look there in Slovakia as the Slovak Prime Minister is currently in the hospital after being shot. I'm actually going to bring that shot for you full as we continue with your top stories and headlines this Thursday morning. Now it's 6:57 on the East Coast. We're actually going to turn now there to start our coverage as we approach the 7 o'clock hour. You're getting a live look there at the exterior of the hospital where the Slovak Prime Minister is currently hospitalized after being shot. We are expecting some type of press conference. As they were panning that camera there, we were seeing a podium and some mic stands. So a press conference will soon happen. The question is, though, will it be in English? But we will be monitoring that so that if there are remarks in English, you can get them right here on Fox. We know there's shock across Europe this morning following that attempted assassination of Slovakia's Prime Minister. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkett joining us now with this story.
Shock and outrage in Slovakia after the country's populist Prime Minister Robert Fico was shot multiple times.
I think it is a nightmare. I'll tell you, I think I will not wake up from this, that this is not possible to happen in Slovakia.
It happened Wednesday after a government meeting in the small town of Handlova, northeast of the country's capital, Bratislava. Fico had just walked out of a building and approached supporters to shake their hands when shots were fired. The 59-year-old pro-Russian leader was immediately airlifted to a hospital in a larger city for treatment. A post on his Facebook profile says he is in life-threatening condition. Police have detained a suspect. Fico, known as a divisive figure in Slovakia, is one of the country's longest-serving government officials. He served 3 times as prime minister, returning to power last year on a pro-Russian, anti-American message. Despite the controversies, political rival and outgoing Slovak President Zuzana Kapitova condemned the attack.
A physical attack on the Prime Minister is, first of all, an attack on a person, but it is also an attack on democracy. Hateful rhetoric, which we can see in society, leads to hateful actions. Please stop it.
President Biden also condemned the shooting, saying in his statement he was alarmed to hear the reports, adding the U.S. Embassy in Slovakia was ready to assist if needed. In London, Greg Palkott, Fox News.
Greg, thank you so much for that update. And again, we are following as there's supposed to be a press conference this morning giving an update on the Slovakia Prime Minister's health condition. Of course, if that is in English, you will get that right here on LiveNOW from Fox. And as we transition to other stories we're following this morning here on LiveNOW, right now I want to take you all out to some developing news in Texas. As we know, one lane of the Pelican Island Bridge is now open after a barge hit it Wednesday morning. The bridge connects Pelican Island to Galveston, and Pelican Island was actually inaccessible by vehicle. Galveston officials saying there were no reports of injuries in the collision that occurred around 10 a.m., but Judge Henry says 2 crew members did go overboard, but the good news is they were recovered from the water. As we continue to follow these developing situation out of Texas, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston.
Going to have a big impact on your day, potentially big impact. In this case, especially the farther north you go. So high winds are possible this afternoon out of some of the storms. Even hail is possible out of some of these storms. And probably the biggest threat is going to be concerns for flooding farther to the north. This is the severe weather outlook from NOAA's Storm Prediction Center. Notice Houston, League City, Galveston, down to Lake Jackson and over to Sugar Land right here in the likely category for seeing some severe weather not this morning, but heading into the late today and then overnight tonight, too. And then a higher risk off toward the north. And that's also where the risk for the heaviest rain is going to be. So we have a flood watch that begins at 1 p.m. today, basically along and north of Interstate 10 to let you know that conditions are favorable for flooding. Our temperatures right now are on the warm side, 73 Channelview and Atascocita, 70 for Cypress, and about 72 right now in Missouri City. Taking you over here to Pasadena, look for some increasing rain chances here by around 4 p.m. and then thunderstorms are a threat coming up by around 8. Over here around Tomball by 1 p.m., 85 degrees and mostly cloudy. Some scattered showers and a couple of storms at 4 p.m. and then likely storms by this evening.
Now, there are still several Red Cross shelters still open after the recent flooding that we've seen from the last rounds of severe weather. In Harris County, Greenhouse International Church on West Greens Road is open. In Liberty County, morning to you, you've got the Pine Bur Elementary in Cleveland. And in San Jacinto County, you've had it hard. The disaster shelter in Cold Spring is open for you. Now, if you do need help, you can always call 1-800-RED Cross. Also, Governor Abbott asking President Biden to declare a disaster declaration for the communities already hit hard by severe river flooding. Abbott says the declaration will give the state of Texas access to money to cover the cost of temporary housing and home repairs. Also, it would be money for roads and bridges. The governor says more than $58 million in public infrastructure damage has already been reported.
Let's take a look at traffic this morning for you. You can see here on Traffic Max 360 that for the most part, the downtown area is looking fine at this early hour. We do have a wreck on 45 inbound in Conroe at FM 1488. That's causing a bit of a backup. A big rig caught fire about 2 hours ago, and 2 lanes are still blocked there. Then in Houston, near the Ship Channel Bridge, we have a fatal accident that has shut down all the northbound lanes of 610, the East Loop. Let's take a live look outside, courtesy of Houston Transtar right now. You can see the southbound lanes are moving fine, but just after the Ship Channel Bridge, those northbound lanes are shut down. This is from our camera at Industrial. Here's video from earlier this morning. What we know is 2 cars were involved. Police say one of those drivers left the roadway, hit a tree, and the car caught fire. The person inside died. Emergency crews still on the scene there. It's not clear how long 610 northbound will be closed, but we will, of course, update you as soon as it reopens.
Speaking of reopening, breaking right now in Galveston. This is your live look at the bridge to Pelican Island that is now partially open after Wednesday's barge crash shut down the bridge and the waterway under it. Now, the bridge did close overnight, but again, moments ago, it did reopen. Shelby Rose is live there on the Galveston side now with the latest. Shelby, do we know how long repairs are supposed to last and what the damage was that was done to it?
Unfortunately, no, they're still assessing the damage. So we have no idea if or when the bridge could be repaired. But we have seen a small handful of cars passing by where we are right now from the Pelican Island to Galveston. But as you can see, there are still barricades set up prohibiting any traffic going from Galveston to Pelican Island. Now, what we do know about what happened yesterday is officials say the tugboat operator lost control of 2 barges, which resulted in that crash that happened yesterday morning around 10. The barges are owned by Martin Petroleum, which caused an oil spill in the bay, which is vacuum gas oil. The barge reportedly has a 30,000-gallon capacity. However, the Galveston County judge says it's not known at this time how much oil was actually on board. But the U.S. Coast Guard did respond to determine the extent of the spill as well as the cleanup process. An estimated 500 vessels, including tugboats, wreck boats, and barges, pass under the bridge each month. The Navigation District Chairman tells us it was struck by a barge just 3 months ago. Repairs were just recently finished, but the question is now, will it be able to be repaired this time around?
It's old. We think it's at least 64 years old, maybe older than that. So we are concerned that the damage that occurred today could potentially put it out of service forever. And we'll just have to wait until that barge is moved out of the area for divers to be able to go down and take a better look at the pilings and the supports. But as you can see from some of the pictures, there are large chunks of that bridge on the bow of that barge.
Now, Texas A&M at Galveston is on Pelican Island. They did post a update on their Facebook page around 10 o'clock last night saying due to the uncertainty of the bridge as well as these just rapidly changing conditions on whether or not it's closed or open, that they're actually going to be relocating any staff and students that are still on campus at least through Sunday. Reporting live on the Pelican Island Bridge, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
Well, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is reacting to news of the barge crash, writing, "Our department is in contact with TxDOT and the city of Galveston. Though it's not a bridge on the national highway system, we have staff on site and stand ready to help in any way."
Now, we have a lot of angles and a lot of developments on this story. We also have the history of the bridge. We have that all for you online at fox26houston.com and our Fox 26 mobile news app. That's free for you to download. And the easiest way to get to it, if you just hold up your camera phone to the TV right now, that funny looking box is going to take you right to where you need to be.
The accident came almost 2 months.
All right, and we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston. Extensive coverage as we continue to follow this bridge collapse again. But the good news, one lane of the Pelican Island Bridge is open after it was initially hit on yesterday. Now, we know that Shelby Rose with Fox 26 Houston provided that detailed update, and that the Galveston Judge Mark Henry gave some comments about the bridge collapse. Here's what he had to say.
George had 2 barges under tow. It appears that one of those barges broke free, drifted into and impacted the bridge that connects the city of Galveston to Pelican Island. That impact was pretty substantial. We saw very large chunks of concrete fall and hit the deck of the barge. 2 crew members were either knocked off the barge or jumped off the barge. They were recovered fairly quickly without incident. Don't know that there's any injuries to report. The power was knocked out to Pelican Island. That power was switched from a primary circuit to a backup circuit and was restored about 45 minutes later. There are currently TxDOT inspectors at the site inspecting the bridge to determine what kind of impact it's going to have to the bridge. However, the bridge has been downgraded in weight capacity multiple times. This certainly won't help that any. We don't know if the bridge will be authorized to reopen or not. The Coast Guard has shut down the intercoastal waterway from mile marker 350.5 to mile marker 357, which takes it right up to the causeway between Galveston Island and Galveston County mainland on the way to Houston. So there's some pretty significant impacts right now. That closure of the intercoastal waterway is because of leaking vacuum gas oil, VGO, out of the barge. We don't know how much was on the barge. It's a 30,000 gallon capacity barge, but we don't know how if it was full or if it was empty or what was on there. But the impact and the weight of that concrete on the bow of the barge is what pushed it down and caused that leak to occur. So it's a pretty significant amount of leakage. We can't quantify it just yet. The emergency environmental cleanup group is already on site, and they'll start working on their end of that immediately. I'm sure they've already started.
Is that going to involve, do you know yet, but the berms or the powders, or do you?
We don't know. That's not our area. But the fact that they're there and they know what they're doing on site is very helpful to us. We know that they'll do it correctly and as quickly as they can. But until we stop the leak or know better what the potential is, they're going to have kind of an unlimited amount of work to do.
Do we know how much is flowing out at this point, or?
No, we just know that it has leaked out and it is going toward the intercoastal waterway, and that's why the Coast Guard made the decision to close the intercoastal waterway.
Now tell me more about this bridge. Is this, do barges like this commonly go around it, under it?
Barges and tugs can go under it. It is a drawbridge, although I don't think it opens up very often, but it is kind of unusual. Generally, the barges go around it through the intercoastal waterway. This is not technically part of the intercoastal waterway, but it is a navigable waterway. So this barge, I believe, was traveling east to west, heading toward Texas City, when it lost control of the barge that then drifted over and impacted the structure of the bridge.
Have they given you more information about why it lost control, or did it lose all power?
We were told it broke free. The tug would have had 2 barges in tow, and the forwardmost barge apparently broke free and drifted outside of the prescribed channel.
And I think you mentioned who owns this barge?
Martin Petroleum is the operator, so they'll be the responsible party going forward.
Martin?
Martin Petroleum.
Petroleum. And
Yes.
do you know where they're out of?
I do not.
Now, tell me about the impact of having to close down the intercoastal waterway.
That's significant. That is large maritime and commercial maritime traffic, and for it to be closed at all is a pretty big impact. We're hoping that that will be a minimal closure, but we understand the Coast Guard's position of wanting to maintain maritime safety, and so I'm sure they will open it once the leak has stopped and the cleanup operations have ceased.
Is that impacting all ships trying to get into the port of Houston right now?
No, that's just past the first closure point. So mile marker 350.5 is just to the west of the Houston Ship Channel. So at this time, the Houston Ship Channel is not impacted.
Okay, so just the Galveston.
Just the intercoastal waterway.
Okay, great, thank you. And tell me about, do you know anything about the age of this bridge? You mentioned it had been under inspection in previous years.
We believe the bridge to be about 64 years old. We think it was finished in 1960. So it was built as a rail and vehicular bridge. To my knowledge, the rail portion of it was never used. I don't know of any rail yard ever being on Pelican Island. But the vehicular bridge shares common supports with the rail bridge. That's why we're very concerned with the damage that I saw coming off of the bridge and onto the bow of the barge, that the structure may be beyond safe operation. I guess we'll wait and see. TxDOT is hoping to have us an answer by 4 o'clock this afternoon.
If that happens, I mean, with the campus there and all those industries, some residents, what would be their mode of transport? I mean, what could they do?
They're not going to have one. If the bridge is deemed unsafe for vehicular operation, they're not going to have a way to get on and off without a boat or a helicopter. But there's not going to be a reliable way to get back and forth. And like I said, the bridge has been downgraded. The weight limit constantly has been brought down several times. And so it's getting down to where I don't think it could take a whole lot of structural damage and still be deemed safe for vehicular traffic. But I'm not an engineer, so I'll let the engineers make that decision.
Can you tell me about how many people are still on Pelican Island and what type of businesses are on there?
Largely maritime businesses on the water there on the Pelican Island side. A&M Galveston has had their graduation last week, so the kids are mostly gone. So there is still some staff and some maybe other students, but we expect, or we believe, the number of residents or people on Pelican Island right now is approximately 200 or less.
Okay, and there were some tourists at the Naval Museum, I understood, about 30.
There may have been there and at Seawolf Park, yes.
And also the Battleship Texas is being fixed there.
That is correct, but it's not open for tourism at this time. So the workers would be working on it, but there will be no tourists there. We did receive word that A&M Galveston is feeding people over on Pelican Island. If anyone's over there and needs some food, just go to the A&M Galveston cafeteria, and apparently they'll take care of you there.
What is the immediate...
All right, so that was the very latest from the Galveston County judge speaking amid that Pelican Island Bridge collapse. Now it's 7:14 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, noticing some chaos outside of DePaul University in Chicago, seeing a big police presence as a Gaza war protest has erupted. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Now at 7:17 on the East Coast, following some breaking news out of Chicago, you're getting a live look there at the campus of DePaul University. A Gaza War protest erupting there at DePaul. You can see there is a police presence. Right before we were going to break, I noticed that someone was shouting at the media, putting their hands in their faces, telling them to leave. But they were able to get a quick interview from someone there at the protest. I want to play that for you now.
Can you tell us, first of all, the police are telling us the encampment has been closed. Is that true?
Police arrived, awoke students violently, and that's what happened, and that's what's happening right now, and that's all I can say.
No more students remain in the quad, though? You're all out here now?
I'm not sure. They fragmented us violently.
What did they do exactly?
Look, this is Zionism. This is fragmentation. Colonialism. This is the root of the evil that is growing genocide today in Palestine. They work to divide, fragment you, and lead you to confusion. But if anything, it led us to affirmation that the institutions, that the harm and the violence is all interconnected. Whether it is here, the Philippines, Palestine, Cuba, Puerto Rico. And unfortunately, the police are not on the side of the youth, and without the youth, they are nothing.
What is your plan now? Will you be continuing your protests?
To free Palestine.
What are your plans, though?
To free Palestine. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea.
How are you going to do that?
Via the river to the sea.
Are you going to continue out here with your banners and chanting this
So they
today?
actually destroyed all the art inside, and I was able to escape with what a beautiful piece. While asking, please stop destroying the ours, they proceeded to throw it, destroy it, and stomp on it. And unfortunately, that is the side of the city and DePaul University who refuses to divest from the genocidal institutions that it plays a role in.
The university president said that there were more than 1,000 complaints about the encampment as well.
There are 40,000 dead in Gaza. 40,000 dead via U.S. money and U.S. arms. Yesterday, Biden just sent $1 billion more. Chicago has the largest Palestinian diaspora in the United States, in North America. Over 200,000 Palestinians live in Chicagoland. This is our home, and we love Chicago. And the people in Chicago love us, but the institutions at play that harm us here in Palestine do not love us. But we will spread love. We will rise together, and we will find those that love and align with us for collective struggle and for liberation for all.
Can I get your name?
Fad Al-Kiswani.
Can you spell it? Can you tell we've done this before?
Yeah. Honestly, it works. THAER ALKISWANI. And I am telling you this with full knowledge that Zionists will most likely dox me and try to ruin my life after this. But they've already killed 40,000 people and displaced my family from Jerusalem twice. So how much worse can they do to me?
You know? Are you a student here?
Sorry?
Are you a student at DePaul?
No comment.
And you don't know what's happening now. You guys aren't going to, whether you're going to stay
Unity.
on the street. Thank
We
you
will
for talking
unite.
to us.
You know, I recognize that there are some of you that I recognize the positions that you guys are in, and that there are those that actually generally want to talk. And like,
want to get the, comments.
Because honestly, you know what stops people? Zionists and media outlets such as yours will clip the worst video clips of students and people and bring them in a bad, negative light.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you to interrupt, but can I just interview you for NBC? Thank you for talking to me.
Guys, water.
All right, so those were comments from a few moments ago. This breaking news just coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios. We're getting a live look out in Chicago, an encampment there, a Gaza War protest erupting this morning there at DePaul University. And you can see the encampment, just a lot of trash and just a lot of chaos there this morning as police are on the scene. You could actually hear that helicopter above as they are working to get aerial shots from different media partners. but it looks like things have died down, at least from this shot. But again, you see they do have people out there trying to clear the debris as class and sessions are still underway. And you can only imagine how trying to get through that clutter and trying to go around this could be a hassle for those that are on the campus. But as we continue to follow the very latest of these Gaza war protests erupting across U.S. college campuses and universities, you'll get that right here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, I want to transition, though, to another top story we are following this morning. Right now, I want to give you a live look outside of Trump Towers. According to our content partners over at the Associated Press, we have a gag order, the House Speaker turning up outside of court, angry denouncements of the judge overseeing the case. Some of the most explosive moments in Donald Trump's hush money trial have played out for most of the world to see, except for the people who are actually deciding his fate. I'm referring to the jury. The 12-person panel has shown evidence and witness testimony so they can decide whether the former president is actually guilty of a scheme to buy up and bury seamy stories in an effort to illegally influence the 2016 presidential election. But it's a highly curated experience. Jurors are not getting the full picture seen by those who follow along with the media each day, and you can only understand why as the jury, they're not allowed to see the latest news stories and all of that because, of course, you can only imagine the attorneys don't want any of them to be influenced by media attention. They don't even witness Trump enter or exit the courtroom. He's already there by the time they're brought into the room, and he stays until they are dismissed. Joining us live this morning with the very latest updates on this hush money trial is trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal. Jeremy, good morning to you. Always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now.
Good morning, Gina. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. So a lot I'm breaking down. And, you know, this morning, the Associated Press released a very good article breaking down the jury and what they are experiencing as the fate of the former president is pretty much in their hands. If you could catch us up, please.
Those are excellent points, and those are things that I don't think we really talk about a whole lot, right? What is the jury experience? And it's curated is a really great word for it. It's a manufactured sort of a Disneyland experience. We develop, I mean, the lawyers, the judges, the courts, we develop all these ridiculously formal rules to give the jury, to let them see exactly what the rules of court allow them to see and really nothing else. They are allowed to bring in, and they're told they can bring in their common sense, but they're told not to go visit scenes. They're told not to go look at other sources. And if you think about it, I mean, we spend a lot of time and effort in the legal field fighting over the rules, fighting over what's allowed in court, who can say what, right? We have the right to confront our accusers under the Sixth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. But when we hear third-hand information on the television, it may be inaccurate, and that's not fair to have a trial that way. So that's one of the reasons why they are so particular in curating it like that. And sometimes it doesn't really, I mean, it's important, I think, for folks to know, and I think it's really important that we're talking about these things. This is a very critical trial in American history. And I think that a lot of emotions are high. I think there's a lot at stake here. But I also think it's really healthy that we're talking and that people are being informed why the rules are the way that they are, why the jury is treated the way that they're treated, and why the process is so curated. It's curated, frankly, out of fairness for the defendant, because it's not fair for somebody on trial to get convicted because somebody saw something in the media. That's not fair.
Jeremy, as we're taking a close look as this trial resumes later today around 9:30 this morning Eastern time, we can't forget, and I know you were about to say this probably, but you know how the former president, he'll speak to the media before and after he enters the courtroom. One thing he has consistently said is that the judge does not need to be on this case. And there were rumors circulating that the judge had actually been a supporter of current President Joe Biden, had maybe even given some monetary donations to his campaign. Just a lot surrounding this when you have Michael Cohen, his former attorney, testifying, and then you have allegations for the judge. They're saying the judge needs to step away from this case because of conflict of interest. I mean, all of this unfolding, and for many of the viewers, they're saying, you know what, this is making me not trust the legal system at all.
I'll tell you this, and whether it is fair or whether it is foul, judicial appointments, judicial elections are inherently partisan. And I would say this: if you think you would remove this judge from the case because of his involvement in the Democratic Party, good luck finding somebody in the Manhattan judiciary who's not somehow involved in these type of politics. I live in North Texas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth community. Every judge in Dallas County is a Democrat. Every judge in Tarrant County, where Fort Worth is a Republican. They run on party ballots. They go to party fundraisers. They do things like supporting the governor, or if they're in the opposite party, they do the opposite. So we sort of operate on this fiction that the judiciary is not necessarily political. Even Congress, right? Even the Supreme Court, right? When you come down to it, you've got a presidential appointee who goes in front of the U.S. Senate. And we try to, and the judiciary does their best to try to detach themselves from that involvement. They do their best to detach themselves from that appearance. But I mean, when you have three branches of Congress, when you have a system of checks and balances, who are you going to put on the bench, and how are they going to get there? It's going to have to always be politics. Does that feel any better for Donald Trump? Does that feel any better for somebody who says, well, hold on, why should this judge be able to sit in this case? I mean, I don't know that it makes anybody feel better about that, but maybe, kind of going back to the 40,000 foot view of our legal system, light is the best disinfectant, right? So, and sunshine is the best disinfectant. So maybe the fact that we're talking about these things can bring some type of change. But the fact remains, if you were going to get rid of this guy, who else in Manhattan were you going to get that is just so apolitical that you would not have any questions like this? There's just not a universe where you're going to find that guy.
And with you making those very valid points, I want to ask you if that's the reality of how the judicial system is, that you might be in a trial and the judge might be supporting the current president. Meanwhile, you're the former president. If that's the reality, Jeremy, I want to ask you, what does that mean for the jury? Because it took a long time to get this jury in place. And the main thing was we want to have an unbiased jury. Is the word unbiased even something we can say if we're knowing that we can have judges who might have been a part of supporting political campaigns? Hopefully my question is making sense.
Always. I mean, so when we kind of look at the jury, this jury was chosen for the exact reason that they're, to be polite to them, and they're not watching, or they're not allowed to be watching, because their head is in the sand, right? We talked about this a few weeks ago. The perfect juror is somebody who is at home listening to podcasts about dogs and cats and plants and recipes, and people who obviously we're all going to have biases and prejudices. I mean, we're human beings, right? You asked the question, who does advertising work on, right? It's fun to ask that question to a jury sometime, because there's a lot of people who say advertising doesn't work on me. And then your next question to them is, well, who does it work on? Oh, everybody else except you. Got it, right? You're the one person who it doesn't work on. Everybody is subject to these biases and prejudices. The jury, I doubt very highly, would know that this judge had, if there was issues with his campaign stuff, or with who he supported, I doubt very highly that this jury is aware of it. Now, the judge, it's incumbent on the judge to be fair in front of the jury, and to display fairness in front of a jury. And it's really disheartening in certain cases, when the case is over, for a jury to come back and say, what was that judge's issue? What was that judge's problem? We kind of felt like that judge was predisposed against you. So that's a sign of a judge that hasn't done his job properly. I am told that this judge has been, in his rulings, that it's been pretty down the middle. Donald Trump has had a lot of his objections sustained. Obviously, this judge has held Donald Trump in contempt. I mean, the judge is a human being too. When Donald Trump has his press conferences every day, going out and calling the judge a bunch of names is not always the best legal strategy, right? So the judge is human too, but hopefully he is not displaying that for the jury. Hopefully the jury is coming away thinking that that guy is just nothing more than a neutral referee. But only they're the ones who can answer that.
Jeremy, always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox. I know we can always have those raw and candid conversations. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go? Again, people looking ahead to the 9 o'clock hour where this hush money trial will resume.
Going to be a lot of fireworks today. You've got Michael Cohen on the stand. He's on cross-examination right now. And the lawyers have had a day to kind of sit and plan. And Michael Cohen has also had a day to sort of sit and Tuesday was a dress rehearsal, if you will, because they began cross-examining him and they began sort of beating him up. So I would expect that he's going to be more prepped today, and I suspect that those other lawyers are going to be more prepped today. So I think you're going to see probably today of the entire trial, maybe other than Stormy Daniels, is going to be the most fireworks, I think. So keep tuned, and in the words of Cowboys great Terrell Owens, get your popcorn ready.
All right, Jeremy Rosenthal there, trial attorney. Thank you so much again for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks. Bye.
And as we continue to discuss the very latest, former President Donald Trump and that hush money trial, giving you a live look out in New York. Very hazy and cloudy conditions on this Thursday morning. Now it's 7:33 on the East Coast. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, giving you a live look out in Bahrain. They're hosting the 33rd Arab Summit today, which is expected to bring together delegates from across the Arab world. Of course, they're going to be discussing many topics, including the conflict in the Middle East. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is in attendance and is expected to speak. Let's listen in now, and of course, I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Thursday morning.
الدعوة إلى مؤتمر دولي للسلام في الشرق الأوسط إلى جانب دعم الاعتراف الكامل بدولة فلسطين وقبول عضويتها في الأمم المتحدة ومقترح خاص بتوفير الخدمات التعليمية والصحية للمتأثرين من الصراعات والنزاعات في المنطقة ومبادرة تهتم بتطوير التعاون العربي في مجال التكنولوجيا المالية والتحول الرقمي ونتطلع إلى تحقيق كل ذلك من خلال قنوات
All right, so right now it's not in English, but giving you a live look now out in Gaza. As you can see, those missile strikes continue amid the Israel-Hamas war. There I told you that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is expected to speak. As I'm waiting on the speaker to finalize his speech so they can switch to him, just wanted to give you all this look out in Gaza, because this will be one of the topics stated there at this Arab summit there. It's the 33rd Arab summit in Bahrain. Switching now, as it looks like they're about to switch speakers. Let's see if Guterres will be the next. There he is now on your screen. Let's listen in.
Your Majesty, King Ahmad bin Isa Al Khalifa, thank you so very much for your kind invitation and for your wonderful hospitality. Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, Secretary General Abu Ghait. I was born in Lisbon, a city that for centuries was part of Al-Andalus. This was a time when Cordoba was the center of culture and civilization of the Iberian Peninsula, just as Baghdad was the center of culture and civilization of the world, reaching out from the Chinese border to the Atlantic coast. But history moved on, and the number of transformations, cultural, economic, technological and military, changed the world to the detriment of the Arab people. The majority of Arab countries were colonized. It took decades of struggle for liberation, sometimes bloody wars, often with long periods of exploitation and the legacy of lines arbitrarily drawn in the sand. But today, once again, the world is changing, and I see enormous potential in the Arab region. You have the resources, you have the culture, you have the people. But there is one core condition for success in today's world: unity. Time and again, history has shown that divisions allow outsiders to intervene, promoting conflicts, stoking sectarian tensions, and inadvertently fueling terrorism. These are obstacles to peaceful development and well-being of your peoples. Overcoming those obstacles requires breaking the vicious circle of division and foreign manipulation and moving forward together to build a more peaceful and prosperous future for the people of the Arab world and beyond. Excellencies, we gather as hearts are breaking for Palestinians in Gaza. The war in Gaza is an open wound that threatens to infect the entire region. In its speed and scale, it is the deadliest conflict in my time as Secretary General for civilians, aid workers, journalists, and our own UN colleagues. Of course, nothing can justify the abhorrent 7 October terror attacks by Hamas, and I reiterate my call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. Yet the toll on civilians continues to escalate. Entire families wiped out, children traumatized and injured for life, people denied access to the very basics for human survival, a looming famine. Any assault on Rafah is unacceptable. It would inflict another surge of pain and misery when we need a surge in life-saving aid. It is time for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and unimpeded access for humanitarian assistance throughout Gaza. UNRWA remains the backbone of our operations in Gaza and the lifeline for Palestine refugees across the region. It needs full support and funding. I am also deeply troubled by tensions in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, with a spike in illegal Israeli settlements, settler violence, excessive use of force by Israeli defense forces, demolitions and evictions. The only permanent way to end the cycle of violence and instability is through a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states. The demographic and historical character of Jerusalem must be preserved, and the status quo at the holy sites must be upheld in line with the special role of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Excellencies, turning to Sudan, a devastating war has thrown half of the country's population into a humanitarian freefall. 1 year on, thousands have been killed and 18 million people are staring down the terrifying threat of famine. I urge the international community to intensify its push for peace and call on the warring parties to agree on a lasting ceasefire. This should be followed by a political process that includes women's and youth groups, and I pledge the full support of the United Nations. We must also protect the fragile political processes in Libya and Yemen. As High Commissioner for Refugees, I witnessed the enormous generosity of the Syrian people, and I am pained to see Syria now with so much suffering and with parts of its territory occupied with several external actors involved. I call on all Syrians to come together in a spirit of reconciliation, honouring the diversity of the Syrian people and respecting the human rights of all. Excellencies, we face other serious global crises: the climate emergency, rising inequalities, poverty and hunger, crushing debt, and new technology, including artificial intelligence, that is running ahead of governance and guardrails. We need deep reforms to the global multilateral system, from the Security Council to the international financial architecture, so that they are truly universal and representative of today's realities and not of the reality after the Second World War. The upcoming Summit of the Future is a pivotal opportunity to create momentum for a more networked and inclusive multilateralism and more justice in international relations. I look forward to welcoming you to the summit in New York in September. Excellencies, there is no better moment for the Arab region to come together. Unity and solidarity throughout the Arab world would amplify the vital voice of the region and further boost your influence on the global stage. It can help this region find peace, make the most of its enormous potential, and further contribute to the global good. In all this work, you can count on the United Nations and on me personally for our support and partnership. Shukran.
نشكر معالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة على كلمته.
All right, so those comments you just heard live in Bahrain, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres speaking at the 33rd Arab Summit, discussing that conflict there in the Middle East, specifically about Iran. Now it's in a different language, so we're going to go ahead and pivot. On the right side of your screen, though, putting all of this into context, that top right box, we're following breaking news out of Gaza this morning as the U.S. did build a pier to deliver aid to the Gaza area. We know that humanitarian crisis does loom at this hour. And then that bottom box, a live look out in Chicago at DePaul University as a Gaza war protest has erupted. Now at 7:45 on the East Coast, we're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, checking in with Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie, getting an update on those 8 foreign workers who were tragically killed in that bus crash. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeannie Francine. As we continue with your Thursday morning headlines, a Central Florida community is coming together to honor the lives of 8 farm workers killed in a Marion County bus crash. The oldest victim was 31, the youngest just 18 years old. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie joining us live this morning. Amanda, good morning to you. Officials now saying many of the victims were from Mexico.
That's right. So all 8 of the victims killed in that car crash were young Mexican men, the oldest 31, the youngest just 18 years old. The Mexican consulate says that most of them were here alone in the United States, adding that all had work visas. The Farm Worker Association of Florida hosted the vigil at its headquarters in Apopka. The organization is collecting money for the victims' families, so far raising nearly $60,000.
I'm reminded by how strong and how resilient they are, how kind they are. This tragedy impacts us all. Grieving is a communal process, so it's important for us, for ourselves as well.
Through the tragedy, mourners say the vigil offered hope and healing. The consul says the next step is trying to get the families of the victims to the United States so they can identify the bodies of their loved ones. The consul also says he has plans to host a funeral for those men here in Florida. So far, no official plans have been announced yet. Reporting live this morning, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
Amanda, we always appreciate when you take out the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you for that update. Again, a tragic situation. Praying for those families involved. You enjoy the rest of your day. And as we continue with your top stories and headlines this Thursday morning, now transitioning and giving you a live look out in Chicago, you're getting aerial footage of that Gaza war protest that has erupted there on the campus of DePaul University. The time now 7:50. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, of course, following your top stories and headlines of your Thursday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeannie Francine here with you on this Thursday morning, or as I like to call it, Thursday's Friday Eve. Here with you now at 7:52 on the East Coast. We're closely approaching that 8 o'clock hour, and as we are, we do have some live footage to show you as it relates to our top stories this Thursday morning, giving you a live look there out in Chicago, aerial footage as we are following the very latest with the Israel-Hamas war. We know it has trickled over here to the U.S. Several college college campuses and universities dealing with the eruption of Gaza war protests. And you can see how police and authorities are out there in tactical gear. I can tell you all, when this shot first popped up, it was very chaotic. You saw protesters shouting at police with blowhorns, even to the media, trying to push them back, actually waving their hands and trying to push up against the media. We saw that with our content partners over at the Fox Chicago station. And then there they are zooming in there in the distance, that encampment, as they are working to clear that out. We've seen people out there clearing up trash, throwing away flags that were out there. So just a lot going on. But again, this is all stemming from the conflict in the Middle East, giving you a live look out in Gaza as the Israel-Hamas war rages on. You can see those missile strikes still continuing, painting a perfect picture that there's no sight of a ceasefire anywhere at this hour. Now it's 7:53 on the East Coast. As we continue to discuss the very latest of the war, pressure is mounting this morning for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to outline his post-war vision for Gaza. Allies and supporters at home are demanding he reveal his plans for the war-torn territory before the end of his military operation. Fox News senior national correspondent Kevin Cork joining us now with this story.
A race to find survivors at a refugee camp near Gaza City after Israeli airstrikes decimated a residential building. Fierce fighting also seen in eastern Rafah. The IDF has been targeting both areas in an effort to stop Hamas from regrouping along Gaza's northern and southern borders.
All of Gaza has become one class. Israel has taken us back 100 years.
But the operation is facing heavy criticism. Fighting has left nearby border crossings closed or inaccessible, further diminishing food and medical supplies to the region. On Wednesday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu defended his actions.
So far in Rafah, close to 500,000 people have been evacuated from the combat zones. The humanitarian catastrophe they talked about has not materialized, nor will it materialize.
Netanyahu also fending off critics at home and abroad, who say he is yet to outline his vision for a post-war Gaza.
I call on the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to make a decision and declare that Israel will not rule over civilian affairs in Gaza.
Netanyahu says it's impossible to lay out a plan until Hamas is defeated. Meanwhile, here at home, the Biden administration announced plans to send $1 billion shipment in new weapons and ammunition to Israel. It comes after shipments were paused earlier this month over concerns about a Rafah invasion. If allowed to go forward, weapons would be transferred in the next 2 to 3 years. In Washington, Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you so much for that update. Again, giving you a live look out there in Gaza. The war continues at this hour. Now it's 7:56 on the East Coast. And again, we are seeing how this has trickled over here to the U.S. Again, giving you a live look out in Chicago as the encampment continues to be cleared out there. The Gaza war protest erupting there on the campus of DePaul University. And as we continue to get more updates, you'll be the first to get them right here on LiveNOW from Fox. As we continue with your top stories and headlines this morning, I want to give you a live look out in New York City, transitioning now to, I guess, a rainy day for them, seeing the umbrellas and law enforcement out there with the ponchos on. But we do know that former President Donald Trump is in the headlines this morning, as we know that, he does have the very latest as it relates to the hush money trial. But a lot of people also talking about that debate that's trending. We know in a series of rapid fire campaign videos and even insult posts on social media Wednesday, President Biden and former President Donald Trump did agree to a debate schedule. The first matchup is set for just 6 weeks from now. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively joining us now with the latest details from Washington.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate.
Things are getting spicy in the race for the White House. On Wednesday, President Biden challenged rival Donald Trump to meet him on the debate stage.
Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice.
Trump fired back within minutes, telling Fox he'll meet his rival anywhere, anytime, any place.
President Trump will be up there on that stage. He is ready, and the American people deserve this.
The two men agreed to face off June 27th and September 10th, but the Biden campaign wants several conditions to prevent a repeat of 2020's trash-talking debate.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist.
I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
Donald, would you
and
just
you don't
be quiet
know
for
her.
The debates would also bypass the Commission on Presidential Debates, the traditional nonpartisan host, and the first face-off will take place weeks ahead of the conventions when both men are set to become their party's official nominees.
I think it's a very shrewd plan. It's far removed from an actual election day, so you can fix it if it goes badly.
New York Times polling released this week shows President Biden trailing Trump. Left off the stage, long-shot candidate and potential spoiler Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who captured 10% of that poll and is drawing support away from both men. If the debates were to run through the commission, Kennedy would automatically be included if he reached the 15% polling threshold. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you so much. And we did check in earlier with Fox 5 Atlanta, as we do know that will be the stage of that first debate. A lot of anticipation surrounding this, as there are several concerns this morning surrounding border control and security, inflation, the housing market, tax rates, education, just so many things that Americans across the U.S. are concerned about. And while we know there will be some petty remarks going back and forth and spewed at one another, we do hope that the issues will be addressed. Of course, as they are, you'll get them right here on Live Now from Fox. Now, 1 minute from the 8 o'clock hour, now at 7:59 on the East Coast, as we continue to bring you this live look out of Chicago, giving you a live look there at DePaul University. We continue to follow this breaking news headline. As we know, just about an hour ago, this shot popped up as a protest did erupt, a Gaza war protest to be exact, and you could see law enforcement out there arguing with protesters, also protesters arguing with the media, telling them to get out of here, for a lack of other words that were said that I won't repeat because of curse words, but hands were waving at them. They were being pushed back. And you were hearing and saying, we were actually hearing from one student who said that Chicago has a large Palestinian population, and the protest there, he says that it's happening because they feel that the school should do more. But while we talk about these protests erupting across college campuses and universities, right now I want to bring in foreign policy expert Michael Zanto. Good morning to you, Michael. We know that these protests have been going on for several weeks, but the concern for anti-Semitism is also here and setting a stage as these protests are ongoing. If you could catch us up, please.
Well, I think there is a strong element of anti-Semitism, and in elements of the faculty of these universities that have been making these very strong statements. And I'll tell you something that I observed today, and somehow I think it was missed. Asian American Studies at Northwestern University put out a statement, I think it was October 23rd, a few weeks after the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. And it said, it complained about flyers, which clearly were from Jewish students, that it claimed was parroting Israeli propaganda. So there was open hostility to Jewish students who were traumatized by the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. And it said to equate Hamas, which the United States considers a terrorist organization, of course, with ISIS, it said was Islamic phobia. So it was a clear-cut defense of the terrorist group Hamas. An official department, or it's actually technically a program website of Asian American Studies, it actually said attacking students for distributing flyers that labeled Hamas as ISIS. Now remember, Hamas is an organization that not only had a charter to kill all Jews, calls for destruction of Israel, always called for destruction of Israel, but murders, for example, people who are gay, for example. So it's a racist, it's a homophobic, it's an anti-Semitic, it has murdered many Americans. Courts have repeatedly said that this is an organization, American courts, responsible for the murder of American citizens. I mean, there was a woman murdered, I think the night before her wedding. Her father, a surgeon from America, was there. And this organization at Northwestern, Asian American Studies, has on their website from October not only a defense of Hamas and saying that it's biased to compare it to ISIS, but criticizing students at Northwestern, which mostly are Jewish, for putting up flyers exposing the violence of Hamas. So there is clearly an anti-Semitic component to it. It is insane.
As you were saying that, Michael, it took me back to a few weeks ago when we saw the Gaza War protest erupt on the campus of UCLA. And we were hearing from students saying that wristbands were actually being worn to allow certain students to enter and exit certain parts of campus. So if you were a part of the encampment and the protest, you were given a wristband. If not, you were told you couldn't even enter that side of campus. And just thinking that in today's time that students cannot walk freely on campus that themselves and their parents have paid for to get an education because these are erupting. Nevertheless, I understand people do want to exercise their freedom of speech. But when you won't allow someone to cross campus to get to a class that they are preparing for midterms for, it's essential for their graduation, again, that they have paid their hard-earned money for, it's truly bizarre to think about.
Yes, and here's something else to think about. Our president, President Biden, has said repeatedly that he's very proud to be a Zionist, believing in the right for Jews to have their homeland. And remember, Israel is a tiny sliver of a country, tiny, infinitesimal, small. And these protesters often, perhaps not always, but often are saying they want no Zionists on campus. So they claim they're for freedom of speech. They claim they're for academic freedom. But oftentimes they're actually explicitly saying, not just at the protest sites, but in general, they say they do not want Zionism on campus. This means that they're indirectly saying that the president of the United States is not welcome on their campus. They have targeted Hillels, which are the center of Jewish life on campuses, claiming that it's Zionism. Well, Judaism, by and large, the way that most Jews interpret it, is basically Zionist. We say every Passover, I am actually Jewish as well, next year in Jerusalem. And they're saying they want no Zionists on campus. The wristbands, which are kind of no Jew zones, or at least not Jewish unless you're the token who supports this cause, you're not welcome. It's creating an illegal, hostile environment. And I am shocked by how brazen some of the anti-Semitic elements here. We have seen, for example, the Anti-Defamation League is the main Jewish civil rights advocacy group in this country for Jewish civil rights, but it advocates for everyone, African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, gays, bisexual, everyone. And they happen to perhaps call for the president of Northwestern to resign. And everyone should be free to disagree, say they're going overboard, they're mistaken, this is wrong policy. But we see a whole bunch of Northwestern professors sign a letter to the Daily Northwestern saying, don't give in to pressure, and explicitly listing the Anti-Defamation League. Now, how is it that people can say, don't listen to a Jewish advocacy group? The ADL was created 100 years ago in response to the lynching of a Jewish man in Georgia for a crime he didn't commit. So I'm kind of shocked that we're seeing open expressions that they don't want Zionists on campus, that Jewish organizations like the ADL, which is a center-left organization, and the civil rights groups, and attacking Jewish groups for having views in reaction to what in many ways is a hostile environment to most Jewish students on campus.
Great points you're making there, Michael. I changed the shot there for you and for the viewers, just showing how, giving you like a wide scope so people can see what's going on there on the grounds with this Gaza War protest there at DePaul University. And you can see law enforcement and authorities are out there in full force. And we've seen how these protests have gotten violent, and we've also seen how chaotic they can be. I want to talk to you about the national security threat of these protests. Whenever I go to them, I always make sure to say Gaza War protests, because we shouldn't say student protests. Some of the people participating in them, walking onto the campus, aren't even students or faculty members.
Right. I mean, there could be links to China and Russia. There could be, certain elements. Russia and China likes to, especially Russia, sponsor any groups that are protesting and try to support the more radical groups. And we see this left, right. We see it with the Gaza War protests, the anti-Israel protests. The Russians and Chinese both would probably sponsor radical anti-Semitic elements to exasperate it. That's true for many causes, good and bad, or just in general. So there are some foreign agitators involved. Clearly, groups that support terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah, which are murderous and clearly terrorists, also support more radical elements of it. But I think that there are other extreme elements that are playing out here that are horrible. One of the things is that we want our police to never use excessive force against anyone. And we recognize, I think most of us, that, there's good and bad police, there's good and bad professors and everything. And that, obviously there were protests 4 years ago because somebody was murdered by George Floyd, murdered by a police officer. That was obviously a bad police officer. But at the same time, we also recognize that police have a very difficult job. And when you attack police, you are committing a crime. And it is dangerous. You can create miscommunication, and it can escalate dangerously, regardless of who you are. And so when you have university professors saying, I'm a university professor, and you see condemnation of the New York City police for doing their job, it's such a terrible, terrible thing. It's like, if you're a professor and you're on a campus, you're allowed to commit a felony and assault a police officer. And it's a terrible signal. When I was a kid, my parents always told me, you have to be careful because police, they never know who they're dealing with. So you see university professors attacking police, and, police need to do their jobs correctly. And, there's bad apples among every group, and sometimes they don't, and they use excessive force. But at the same time, we cannot have people attacking police and setting that example. To the extent that professors are more educated than average, I'm starting to have my doubts, they should be setting a good example. And an idea that they have a special privilege to attack police is kind of shocking and horrifying. It is a crime. Police do put their lives out there to protect us from criminals. And the vast majority of them are good people. And I think that that's not necessarily a national security issue, which you raised, but it undermines role of law, which is a fundamental basis of our country. Remember, in January 6th, people tried to take over the Capitol Hill and stop the transition of power. This is a similar thing. These people are trying to impose their views on campuses and beyond in non-democratic ways. They're unhappy about the policies of our democratically elected politicians, and they're punishing universities. Let me add one other quick point. On these university campuses, remember, universities, whether Northwestern, DePaul, Harvard, University of Chicago, Emory, they don't actually make defense and military policies. And yet we have these huge, loud protests that Black people, as you said, from going to their finals, their midterms, going to the libraries. So what are they really studying? What are they really protesting? That they're placing them so aggressively in campuses. I think to a certain extent, it seems like they're protesting a Jewish presence on campus. They're really, truly protesting Jews on campus. They say cut off ties to the city of Tel Aviv, that in 1909, in the Ottoman Empire, was founded as a refuge for Jews facing discrimination in the Ottoman Empire. And they're saying they don't want cultural programs in Tel Aviv. It really seems like they are targeting Jewish students and Israeli students.
Michael Zanto, always appreciate when you can join us to have these candid and raw conversations. We are following this breaking news there at DePaul University of this Gaza war protest. Thank you so much for coming on and providing perspective and analysis for this. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. And as we continue to share this breaking news with you, giving you a live look there in Chicago there at DePaul University, things getting tense now as we've seen that police and authorities have pushed back the protesters. And you saw during my interview with Michael Zanto, they had their phones out. They were actually face to face. And, usually when we've seen police breaking up encampments, they'll have on that tactical gear where they'll have a helmet and a shield protecting their face. but these officers on bikes. So with the shouting matches going on and the spit being exchanged from face to face, truly just a tense situation. Now at 8:12 on the East Coast, I want to give you a live look out in New York City as we are following several headlines this morning. We know that opening statements will resume today in that federal corruption trial of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, checking in with none other than Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We know that opening statements will resume today in the federal corruption trial of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez. He's accused of selling his political power in exchange for bribes, which include cash, gold bars, and even a luxury car. Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with what the senator's lawyers are saying. Good morning to you, Robert.
Gina, good morning to you. It's a novel defense strategy that essentially boils down to the phrase, blame her. Yesterday here in court, the senator's attorney said that if there is a corrupt Menendez, it's not Bob. It's actually his wife, Nadine.
Hey, the attorneys for real estate developer Fred Davies and businessman Wael Hanna, the two men on trial with Senator Bob Menendez, are scheduled to deliver their opening statements. Yesterday, Menendez's attorney Avi Weitzman delivered his. He blamed Menendez's wife Nadine, who is scheduled to go on trial in July for the bribery charges. Weitzman claimed that Menendez did not know of the gold bars that Weitzman says Nadine Menendez kept in a locked closet where she also kept her clothes. She was not in court yesterday. The senator, his wife, and the two businessmen have pleaded not guilty. A third businessman, Jose Uribe, has pleaded guilty and is cooperating with the government. As he left court yesterday, Menendez sounded optimistic.
How'd it go? I think it went well.
An FBI search of the Menendez's home in Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey in June of 2022 turned up more than $480,000 in cash, along with gold bars. Prosecutors say they intend to display the bribes for the jury of 6 men and 6 women, along with 6 alternates, to see for themselves. Authorities say the businessmen bribed the couple so the senator would use his influence to enrich them and the governments of Egypt and Qatar. This was not politics as usual, a federal prosecutor said in court yesterday. This was politics for profit. Weitzman denied his client accepted the bribes. This is the second bribery trial that Menendez faces. His first ended in a hung jury in June of 2017. The judge expects this trial to last nearly 2 months.
A New Jersey senior senator is up for re-election this year. He has said he does not plan to run again as a Democrat, though he has left open the possibility of running as an independent. Gene, back to you.
Robert Moses there with Fox 5 New York. Robert, we always appreciate when you take out the time to join us here on Live Now. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, too.
Thank you. And as we continue with your top stories and headlines, we're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, more live events, top stories, and breaking news headlines of your Thursday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Right now, courtesy of our content partners at Fox 26 Houston, you're getting a live look out there in Galveston, Texas, an aerial shot, and you can see the damage at this hour. We do know updates courtesy of our content partners at Fox 26 Houston. We know one lane of the Pelican Island Bridge is now open after a barge hit it on Wednesday morning. The bridge connecting Pelican Island to Galveston and Pelican Island was at first inaccessible by vehicle. Galveston officials saying there were no reports of injuries in the collision that occurred around 10 a.m. However, the Galveston County judge saying that 2 crew members did go overboard but were recovered from the water. And again, Galveston County Judge Mark Henry giving some comments about the bridge collapse. Here's what he had to say.
Barges under tow. It appears that one of those barges broke free, drifted into and impacted the bridge that connects the city of Galveston to Pelican Island. That impact was pretty substantial. We saw very large chunks of concrete fall and hit the deck of the barge. 2 crew members were either knocked off the barge or jumped off the barge. They were recovered fairly quickly without incident. Don't know that there's any injuries to report. The power was knocked out to Pelican Island. That power was switched from a primary circuit to a backup circuit and was restored about 45 minutes later. There are currently TxDOT inspectors at the site inspecting the bridge to determine what kind of impact it's going to have to the bridge. However, the bridge has been downgraded in weight capacity multiple times. This certainly won't help that any. We don't know if the bridge will be authorized to reopen or not. The Coast Guard has shut down the intercoastal waterway from mile marker 350.5 to mile marker 357, which takes it right up to the causeway between Galveston Island and Galveston County mainland, all the way to Houston. So there's some pretty significant impacts right now. That closure of the intercoastal waterway is because of leaking vacuum gas oil, VGO, out of the barge. We don't know how much was on the barge. It's a 30,000 gallon capacity barge, but we don't know if it was full or if it was empty or what was on there. But the impact and the weight of that concrete on the bow of the barge is what pushed it down and caused that leak to occur. So it's a pretty significant amount of leakage. We can't quantify it just yet. The emergency environmental cleanup group is already on site, and they'll start working on their end of that immediately. I'm sure they've already started.
Is that going to involve, do you know yet, the berms or the powders, or do you?
We don't know. That's not our area, but the fact that they're there and they know what they're doing on site is very helpful to us. We know that they'll do it correctly and as quickly as they can. But until we stop the leak or know better what the potential is, they're going to have kind of an unlimited amount of work to do.
Do we know how much is flowing out at this point, or?
No, we just know that it has leaked out and it is going toward the intercoastal waterway, and that's why the Coast Guard made the decision to close the intercoastal waterway.
Now tell me more about that bridge. Is this do barges like this commonly go around it, under it?
Barges and tugs can go under it. It is a drawbridge, although I don't think it opens up very often, but it is kind of unusual. Generally, the barges go around it through the intercoastal waterway. This is not technically part of the intercoastal waterway, but it is a navigable waterway. So this barge, I believe, was traveling east to west, heading toward Texas City, when it lost control of the barge that then drifted over and impacted the structure of the bridge.
Have they given you more information about why it lost control, or did it lose all power?
We were told it broke free. The tug would have had 2 barges in tow, and the forwardmost barge apparently broke free and drifted outside of the prescribed channel.
And I think you mentioned who owns this barge?
Martin Petroleum is the operator, so they'll be the responsible party going forward. Martin Petroleum.
And
yes.
Do you know where they're out of?
I do not.
Now, tell me about the impact of having to close down the intercoastal waterway. That's
significant. That is large maritime and commercial maritime traffic, and for it to be closed at all is a pretty big impact. We're hoping that will be a minimal closure, but we understand the Coast Guard's position of wanting to maintain maritime safety, and so I'm sure they will open it once the leak has stopped and the cleanup operations have ceased.
Is that impacting all ships trying to get into the port of Houston right now?
No, that's just past the first closure point. So mile marker 350.5 is just to the west of the Houston Ship Channel. So at this time, the Houston Ship Channel is not impacted.
Okay, so just the Galveston.
Just the intercoastal waterway.
Okay, great, thank you. And tell me about, do you know anything about the age of this bridge? You mentioned it had been under inspection in previous years.
We believe the bridge to be about 64 years old. We think it was finished in 1960. So it was built as a rail and vehicular bridge. To my knowledge, the rail portion of it was never used. I don't know of any rail yard ever being on Pelican Island. But the vehicular bridge shares common supports with the rail bridge. That's why we're very concerned with the damage that I saw coming off of the bridge and onto the bow of the barge, that the structure may be beyond safe operation. I guess we'll wait and see. TxDOT is hoping to have us an answer by 4 o'clock this afternoon.
If that happens, I mean, with the campus there and all those industries, some residents, what would be their mode of transport? I mean, what could they do?
They're not going to have one. If the bridge is deemed unsafe for vehicular operation, they're not going to have a way to get on and off without a boat or a helicopter. But there's not going to be a reliable way to get back and forth. And like I said, the bridge has been downgraded. The weight limit constantly has been brought down several times. And so it's getting down to where I don't think it could take a whole lot of structural damage and still be deemed safe for vehicular traffic. But I'm not an engineer, so I'll let the engineers make that decision.
Can you tell me about how many people are still on Pelican Island and what type of businesses
They're
on there?
largely maritime businesses on the water there on the Pelican Island side. A&M Galveston has had their graduation last week, so the kids are mostly gone. So there is still some staff and some maybe other students, but we expect, or we believe the number of residents or people on Pelican Island right now is approximately 200 or less.
Okay, and there were some tourists at the Naval Museum, I understood, about 30.
There may have been there and at Seawolf Park, yes.
And also the Battleship Texas is being fixed there.
That is correct, but it's not open for tourism at this time. So the workers would be working on it, but there will be no tourists there. We did receive word that A&M Galveston is feeding people over on Pelican Island. If anyone's over there and needs some food, just go to the A&M Galveston cafeteria, and apparently they'll take care of you there.
What is the immediate plan to get those 200 people off of Pelican Island? Obviously, the bridge can't be used.
The city of Galveston should really be primarily responsible for that. Both the city of Galveston have Galveston Island and Pelican Island. We're happy to assist them with anything they need, but I think that we're kind of waiting for this 4 o'clock report from TxDOT to see what the use of the bridge may or may not be.
Okay, so right now you're not aware of the current plan to get them off?
I'm not, but that would be a city of Galveston,
question,
right?
And
right.
also what they're planning for those.
And again, we stand by ready to assist them should they ask for it.
Can you think of anything that you need to?
Not at this time, but this has been developing every about 30 minutes. We seem to have a new update from closing the intercoastal waterway to hoping to get a bridge report. So this is definitely a developing story. We're just kind of trying to stay on top of.
And I would say for the unforeseen future, no cars will be able to get on or off of that bridge.
I'm not an engineer. I would be surprised if they deem that structurally safe enough to return vehicular traffic.
Appreciate you. Is there anything else you'd like to add, or you can think of?
Not at this time, but this information is coming in. Like I said, we keep getting it updates about at least every 30 minutes. And we'll keep you updated as well.
Very good that it happened the week after graduation, and
that
we
was
have hundreds of.
That was tremendously helpful, yes. But it's still for the 200 that are there. They're still going to want to know when they can expect to get off the island.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right, you bet.
Much appreciated.
All right, and that was the very latest from the Galveston County judge speaking amid that Pelican Island Bridge collapse. And you're getting a live look there on your screen, courtesy of our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston, as work is underway to clear out debris. Also, an investigation underway to understand why this even happened. And we do know that there was an oil spill when this happened as well. So, of course, as we get more updates in, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:30 on the East Coast, I want to transition to other top stories and headlines we're following this Thursday morning here on Live Now from Fox. As we are looking ahead today, a hearing to advance contempt charges against Attorney General Merrick Garland for his refusal to turn over the unredacted audio of an interview that was conducted as part of Special Counsel Robert Hur's probe in President Biden's handling of classified documents. Now, the probe resulted in no charges, but resulted in a 345-page report that questioned President Biden's age and his mental competence. Now, if successful, the contempt charges would advance to the Department of Justice, which is unlikely to prosecute Garland. Joining us live this morning to break down this top headline we're following, and of course to set the stage for this event later today, is Gerard Felitti. He is the senior counsel at the Law Fair Project. Gerard, always a pleasure when I get to speak with you. Good morning.
Good morning. Pleasure to be on.
Pleasure to have you. So a lot of eyes looking at this later today. We know that AG Garland has been in the headlines, and it seems like every time these hearings happen, he is grilled, and that's a nice way to put it. But for the viewers who don't understand how we even got to this point, could you give us some background?
Well, there are two congressional committees, the Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee, that want the full details of the investigation into Joe Biden, into what actually took place, into the Hur report. So far they've managed to get unredacted copies of transcripts, but what they also want is the unredacted audio. The reason being that sometimes audio captures things, captures nuance that you don't get in a written transcript, whether someone pauses or hesitates, whether someone gives indications of perhaps being not able to remember something or being dishonest. So the Republicans have been pushing hard to get the unredacted audio of these interviews with President Biden and with his ghostwriter, and there's been pushback from the Justice Department that does not want to provide it. So that's where we are today. Republicans are looking at a contempt proceeding against Merrick Garland for his refusal to turn over the unredacted audio.
Gerard, you're always good with context, so I want to ask you, of course, as we are looking at all sides of this, some are saying, you know what, the issue isn't even with Garland. He's just being used as a scapegoat to really get to Biden for those who aren't happy with how he's handling the White House and the country.
Well, there are two ways to look at this. Both may be equally valid. One is that the House does have a very valid reason to be asking for these documents or the audio as part of its oversight function. So it's a legitimate request. But we also need to put this in context of the election, because audio from an interview that proved embarrassing to Joe Biden, because as we recall, the conclusion essentially was, we're not going to charge him, not because there's no crime here, but because a jury might find him a sympathetic elderly man, a sympathetic grandfatherly figure. That might be embarrassing to Biden, which is why there's also pushback on providing the audio. So to the extent that this audio serves dual purpose, both to highlight an election issue, Biden's age and mental status, but also to get to the truth of how the Justice Department handles its investigations.
As we are looking ahead today for this hearing to happen, what can people expect as they tune in and watch?
Well, I think we will get a lot of speeches more than anything. The evidence, so to speak, is clear-cut. There was a subpoena that was issued by Congress. It was not responded to in the manner that was expected. And that's all the documentation you need to start contempt proceedings. So what we're going to see are speeches by Republicans, some of whom spent this morning with Donald Trump in Lower Manhattan. And they will be talking about how the Justice Department has a two-tiered system of justice and really working up the audience, the American public, as to why it's important to go after Merrick Garland and hold the Justice Department accountable. And then we can expect a vote on this to move it out of committee and into the full House.
Gerard, always appreciating your breakdown. And as you set the stage for this event, a lot of eyes, again, as I mentioned, looking ahead to this, which will take place at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern time. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go? Any things the viewers and myself need to be keeping a close eye on as we watch this unfold?
Well, we should be keeping an eye on what oversight's also happening with regard to the investigation into Hunter Biden. Congress has not let that one go either, and we can expect that subpoenas have been issued and will be issued with that as well, but that will probably play out in the next couple of months. So this is only a preview of what the Republicans are looking to get from the Justice Department.
Gerard, thank you again for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. As we continue with your top stories and headlines this morning, giving you a live look, an aerial view out there in Chicago, DePaul University, where police moments ago broke up a Gaza war encampment. A protest ensued shortly after. The protest, very chaotic, as you can imagine. The law enforcement that was out there, we saw them on bikes, so they weren't really in that full tactical gear you would see if you want to compare it to the protest that we saw out at UCLA a few weeks ago. So just putting that into perspective for you. A new shot coming up, though, here in our Live Now from Fox Studios. We see that Mike stands a rep, which means that a press conference will soon happen. I did see law enforcement approaching the media, I guess giving them time codes of when the press conference will happen. We were in our interview, so we weren't able to listen into that. But I will tell you all, once it gets underway, you'll get that right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:35 on the East Coast, we're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, continuing with your top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. As we continue with your top stories this Thursday morning, classes at UC Irvine will be held remotely today. This is the day after police moved in and cleared the campus of a pro-Palestinian Gaza war encampment. Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez is live at UCI with the very latest. Good morning to you, Mario. What can you tell us at this hour?
Janae, good morning. It is very quiet here after several arrests were made. That order of classes being held remotely came from the university following police moving in. And you'll notice the space here behind me, just outside the Physical Sciences Hall lecture, is clear. This is where a pro-Palestinian encampment had been in place for weeks. It has now been completely cleared, and it came after hundreds of law enforcement officers moved into the campus. We have video showing some of that activity here. Police in riot gear moving in. Those protesters, they began rallying around the Physical Science Lecture Hall around 2:30 yesterday near the encampment. The demonstrators demanding the university divest from Israel over the Hamas war, and they began blocking the entrance to the building, stacking tents when officers and sheriff's deputies in riot gear began arresting protesters one by one, including two who identified themselves as UCI faculty members. Now, they dismantled that encampment by early evening after declaring an unlawful assembly here at the University of California, Irvine, and ordering the crowd to disperse. Around 7 o'clock last night, close to 300 protesters remained, and a little over an hour later, those orders were given to disperse or face arrest. And in a late-night statement that was released by Chancellor Howard Gilman, he directly addressed the protesters, saying that it was terrible to see they would dramatically alter the situation in a way that directly affects the rights of students and the university mission. So coming back out here live, no sign of any protesting or demonstrations this morning, and we are noticing that heightened security, campus security here this morning. We've also reached out to campus police. Right now, Janae, it's unclear how many were arrested here on campus. That's the latest here at UC Irvine in Orange County. Back to you.
Mario Ramirez there. We can always rely on you to get the most up-to-date and accurate information. Thank you for joining us this morning on Live Now. Mario, before you go, I had a quick question for you. You mentioned there is concern when it comes to these Gaza war protests, and obviously this isn't the first one, but a lot of people noticing that this one took a turn, would you say?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They had been here protesting, negotiating with university officials over the last 2 weeks. And in the last week, it seemed to intensify after some students, including some who were negotiating with UC Irvine, received suspension notices. A lot of the students who've been participating in these demonstrations have felt that they should have the right to peacefully protest without the school intervening. And that seems to be what agitated some of these demonstrators here in the last week. And that's what seemed to escalate things, is that response from the university.
Mario Ramirez with Fox 11 LA. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Take care, Janae.
Thank you. You as well. And as we further this conversation of what Mario just mentioned about these Gaza war protests, one underway right now out there in Chicago. You're getting a live look there at DePaul University. And we saw things get very tense and very chaotic this morning. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, seeing that the press conference is about to happen with law enforcement, we'll have that for you in full. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're getting that aerial view there of that Gaza war protest that has erupted there on the campus of DePaul University in Chicago. The shot now freezing, but we know that a few moments ago, it seems like we have the shot back. It's in and out, as you can imagine, with the aerial footage that's underway. But we know a few moments ago, police authorities actually speaking to the media about this and their handling of this Gaza war protest at DePaul University. I want to play that for you now.
All set?
Ready.
I am. That's the only way.
Oh, you got it.
Yes.
Perfect. That's great.
You guys, can we make room for Joe? Are you guys good now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Everybody ready?
Ready. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. My name is John Hine. I'm Chief of Patrol for the Chicago Police Department. Today's date, the Chicago Police Department, at the request of DePaul University, assisted in the removal of the encampment on DePaul University's grounds, specifically the quad area. As the officers approached, several dispersal orders were given. Mainly, the first order was given by DePaul University, the Vice President of Student Affairs, for the individuals to voluntarily comply to vacate the premises, at which time several other dispersal orders were given by the Chicago Police Department to vacate the quad area of the premises. At that time, as the approach occurred, voluntary compliance, all individuals who were inside the encampment voluntarily left, no confrontations, there were no resistance. 2 arrests were made outside of the encampment for obstruction of traffic. A male and a female subject were placed into custody. A 21 and 25-year-old, they were taken to the 18th district where they'll be processed and released. At this time, I'd be fielding a couple questions to answer.
Were the people arrested students that were participating in the project?
I'm not sure if they were students or not at DePaul University at this time.
Any idea how many officers actually were here initially?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Just for officer safety, we'll never release those kind of numbers. Just for future endeavors that we have at protest, we don't release those numbers.
I'm sorry, repeat what those arrests were for.
I think obstruction of traffic.
Sir, we have no video, or we have no idea what the students are saying is true. One of them came out and said that there was a young girl who was beaten out of her tent. Do you have any reports of anything like that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The Chicago Police Department, along with DePaul University, as we approached, we had videographers with us, Department of Law. There's no confrontations. Like I said, as we approached, all the subjects voluntarily left the area.
Some of them were telling us that they were inside the tents and that police officers began removing the tents from people, and that's what we need to clarify.
I did not see that.
Was there a safety factor that precipitated the dispersal of the encampment?
Absolutely. For the individuals involved, absolutely, and the officers. There's always a safety aspect to this. I mean, we ensure the safety for the demonstrators, the encampment, the people inside, along with the officers and the residents of the area. There's always a safety precaution.
Was there a particular threat or anything of that nature?
A particular threat, we don't go into those kind of discussions.
Do you have an approximate number of how many people were actually in the encampment when police were?
Not at this time. No.
Last question, please.
What happens now? What's next? What is your role in what's happening?
What a role?
Right now they're sealing off the quad.
That is DePaul University. DePaul University is just a private property, so DePaul University will take control of their own property.
So in about an hour, will police leave or stay here, remain? How long?
That's yet to be determined. It's very early right now, but this is DePaul University. It's their property. They'll take control of their property. All right, thank you, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
You know what? You contact DePaul Communications Office, and they'll let you know as far as cleaning up and what the plan is.
University going to decide when the police leave the premises?
No, I mean right now they're just cleaning the encampment right now. Now this is all DePaul now. It's all DePaul. CPD has the perimeter. Thanks, guys.
Well, then are you guys going to be taken off soon? That's what
well, once they feel everything is safe and secure for the students and the community, yes. Okay.
But as long as the protesters keep marching, will they be here?
But they usually are. I mean, just for their safety and for community safety.
All right, so right there, police wrapping up that press conference, and then the public information officer was trying to walk off, and, you know, the media still asking questions, and he was answering them, but further away from the mic, so it was hard to hear what he was saying. But right now, giving you a live look there at DePaul University, a live look there in Chicago. This Gaza war protest still underway, and we see there is more of a police presence there. You have those in tactical gear, but also those on bikes, and you can see how they've kind of created a barrier between themselves and the protesters. Now, if you're wondering, why is this even happening? We actually heard from one of the protesters about an hour ago. I want to play that for you now.
Can you tell us, first of all, the police are telling us the encampment has been closed. Is that true?
Police arrived, awoke students violently, and that's what happened, and that's what's happening right now, and that's all I can say.
No more students remain in the quad, though. You're all out here now?
I'm not sure. They fragmented us violently.
What did they do exactly?
Look, this is Zionism. This is fragmentation, colonialism. This is the root of the evil that is growing genocide today in Palestine. They work to divide, fragment you, and lead you to confusion. But if anything, it led us to affirmation that the institutions, that the harm and the violence is all interconnected, whether it is here, the Philippines, Palestine, Cuba, Puerto Rico. And unfortunately, the police are not on the side of the youth, and without the youth, they are nothing.
What is your plan now? Will you be continuing your protests?
To free Palestine.
What are your plans, though?
To free Palestine. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea.
How are you going to do that?
Via the river to the sea.
Are you going to continue out here with your banners and chanting this
So they
today?
actually destroyed all the art inside, and I was able to escape with what a beautiful piece. While asking, please stop destroying the ours, they proceeded to throw it, destroy it, and stomp on it. And unfortunately, that is the side of the city and DePaul University who refuses to divest from the genocidal institutions that it plays a role in.
University president said that there were more than 1,000 complaints about the encampment as well.
There are 40,000 dead in Gaza. 40,000 dead via U.S. money and U.S. arms. Yesterday, Biden just sent $1 billion more. Chicago has the largest Palestinian diaspora in the United States, in North America. Over 200,000 Palestinians live in Chicagoland. This is our home, and we love Chicago. And the people in Chicago love us, but the institutions at play that harm us here in Palestine do not love us. But we will spread love. We will rise together, and we will find those that love and align with us for collective struggle and for liberation for all.
Can I get your name?
Fad Al-Kiswani.
Can you spell it? Can you tell we've done this before?
Yeah. Honestly, it works. THAER ALKISWANI. And I am telling you this with full knowledge that Zionists will most likely dox me and try to ruin my life after this. They've already killed 40,000 people and displaced my family from Jerusalem twice. So how much worse can they do to me?
Are you a student here?
All right, so that was someone speaking at that Gaza war protest there in Chicago. And all of this stemming because of the chaos going on in the Middle East. You're getting a live look out in Gaza now at 8:52 on the East Coast. The Israel-Hamas War rages on. As we continue with your top stories and headlines this morning, I want to transition and take you out to Belgium, where earlier this morning, the chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Robert Bauer, and Secretary General Jan Stoltenberg, they gave remarks ahead of a NATO Military Committee meeting. Let's listen in, and of course, I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this morning.
Chief of Defense for Denmark, General Janne Jaakkola, Chief of Defense from Finland, and General Dimitrios Choupis, Chief of Defense from Greece. And we are all immensely proud to have our friend, the Swedish Chief of Defense, General Mikael Bydén, at our table for the first time as a NATO ally, a brother amongst brothers and sisters in arms. And I have a small gift for you. Let me also welcome our strategic commands, General Philippe Lavigne, Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, and Admiral Keith Blunt, the Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe. We are proud to count on both of you for your strategic vision as we work together on strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense. Later this morning, we will meet with the Ukrainian military leadership in the new NATO-Ukraine Council format, and they will join us via a secure line and will brief us on the current situation in Ukraine. Together, we will discuss our continued support for Ukraine in this monumental fight. Today is the 813th day of what Russia thought would be a 3-day war. Ukraine has demonstrated to the world that it has the ability to achieve unprecedented success on the battlefield. There is nothing they cannot do. All they need is our help. Luckily, more help is on the way, and that cannot come a moment too soon. Because time in Ukraine is not measured in days, weeks, or months. It is measured in human lives. In allied nations, a week is a week. In Ukraine, a week is a mother, a father, a child, a friend, a lover, lost forever. Ukraine will have our support for every day that is to come. And just as you, Mr. Secretary General, have rightly stated, it is not too late for Ukraine to prevail. Ukraine's freedom cannot, must not, and will not die. And allies, if faced with a choice between meeting the NATO capability targets or supporting Ukraine, you should support Ukraine. Stocks can and will be replenished. Lives lost are lost forever. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is on a historical crossroads, not only between democracy and autocracy. This is very much also about impunity versus accountability. The Russian leadership has made it very clear that they chose impunity. They are acting on an either perceived or conceived existential threat, all to justify their relentless quest to gain power abroad in order not to lose power at home. And for that, they are willing to sacrifice not only hundreds of thousands of their own people, not even bothering to pick up their corpses at the battlefield, but what's more, they are willing to jeopardize the well-being of many more millions around the world, using food, energy, and migration as weapons. It's up to all of us in this room to make sure that does not continue, that the Russian quest to destroy the rules-based international order is halted. Our most valuable assets here are our unity and our deterrence. That's why today we will not only discuss NATO's transformation path, but also discuss how Allied armed forces can make NATO's new defense plans fully executable, which includes the progress we are making on putting more troops on higher readiness, capability building and development, adaptation of NATO's command and control structures, creating and sustaining more enablement, logistics, host nation support, maintenance, military mobility, and replenishment and pre-positioning of stocks. And crucially, more collective defense exercises and training against these new plans. As Exercise Steadfast Defender has recently shown, NATO is stronger and readier than it has ever been, and it's growing stronger by the day. We have it within ourselves to build on the groundbreaking work that has already been done. The integration of NATO and national military planning will enable us to do exactly what NATO flag symbolizes. All allies will follow the same compass. And with that, Mr. Secretary General, I kindly invite you to provide your opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Admiral Bauer there, Rob. Thank you also for your kind words. It is an honor and a privilege to serve as Secretary General of NATO, not least because I have the privilege of working with first-class military leaders like the Chief of Defense I meet in this audience, and therefore I always look forward to these meetings because it gives me an opportunity to update you on what we are working on here at the political headquarters, and then it's always useful and very important for me to listen to you, to your reflections on the way forward. Let me also, as you did, Admiral Bauer, welcome General Budén from Sweden. It is great to have Sweden as a full member. You have been in these meetings many times before, but this is the first time as a full-fledged member of the alliance. So a warm welcome to you too. Then let me also express my solidarity with Slovakia, because we are all appalled by the shooting of the Prime Minister Robert Fico. I worked with him for almost 20 years. We were colleagues together when we were Prime Ministers many years ago. And we are shocked and appalled by the shooting. It violates every idea of a democracy. In democracies we can disagree, we can have different opinions, but violence is absolutely unacceptable. So our thoughts are with the Prime Minister, Robert Fico, his family and the people of Slovakia. Then we meet at a very timely moment. I need to now understand, is this actually broadcasted? Because I was told the meeting was going to be closed.
No, this is there's opening remarks here first that are public.
Yeah.
And then when the media leaves, you have your remarks for the...
Okay, sorry, I'm a bit confused. So I was...
All right, you are listening there to those remarks before the NATO Military Committee meeting. You can see there's some confusion over the meeting being closed to the press. It appears that media members were just allowed in there to hear those opening remarks. So they've done that, and now they're going to kind of push the media out and let that meeting get underway. Want to get to some of the other big stories that we are covering right now. Take a live look here at the Israel-Gaza border. It's a shot that we've been showing you quite a bit over the past several months here. I do want to get to the latest out of the Middle East at this hour, as the U.S. military says it's finished installing a floating pier along the Gaza Strip, another way to bring humanitarian aid into that area. Also want to call your attention right here to a post from Eylon Levy. He is a former government spokesperson for Israel. He said that Hamas is again firing rockets toward the Kerem Shalom crossing, which is used to get humanitarian aid into Gaza. He says, quote, "It's impossible to operate a humanitarian aid crossing under constant fire. Hamas must stop trying to engineer a humanitarian crisis in Gaza." Do want to talk more about all of this and the latest developments here, so let's bring in Paul Salem, the CEO and president of the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk to you a little bit about the humanitarian aid that is flowing into Gaza right now. When you do have Hamas firing there at the Kerem Shalom crossing, how big of an issue is that causing for getting the humanitarian aid there to Gaza and the folks that need it?
Well, the humanitarian situation in Gaza, as everybody knows, is catastrophic. Already there's about 2 million people displaced. The infrastructure of the area has been largely decimated, and big parts of the area are on the brink of famine, also the risk of the spread of disease. There are two or three things that are necessary to get aid to levels where the humanitarian situation can begin to ease. One is to open or facilitate the opening of the various border crossings, both from the Israeli and the Egyptian side, in order to allow hundreds of trucks on a daily basis to be able to come in to the Gaza Strip. Most of those crossings are controlled by Israel. Israel often says we want to open them, but we want to inspect, but the inspection takes so much time that in effect the aid doesn't get in. As you've just reported, Hamas has apparently also struck out at certain times on some of these border crossings as well. The second aspect of humanitarian aid is that even when and if humanitarian aid enters the Gaza Strip, there needs to be enough stability and infrastructure to distribute effectively humanitarian aid to 2 million people. So the challenges are enormous. The fact that the U.S. has established this sea bridge as a way to get some aid into Gaza is a very good thing. It demonstrates the U.S. position and the U.S. will. But according to the experts, the amount of aid you can get through this pier is very, very small compared to what the Gaza Strip needs. And one needs to get to a situation where border crossings are open and there's enough stability inside to aid the civilians. But right now, the war between Israel and Hamas continues.
It definitely does. Well, I do want to take you to some of the other video that's come in. This is actually from Israel. They did provide this to us. The Israel Defense Forces showing a Hezbollah military structure essentially decimated there by troops. This comes as we are seeing the back and forth going on in northern Israel and Lebanon. Can you explain to me where things kind of stand right now when it does come to the fight that is ongoing between Israel and Hezbollah?
Well, the origin of it after the Hamas attack on October 7 and the beginning of the Israeli counterattack in Gaza, Hezbollah, as an ally of Iran and as part of what Iran calls the axis of resistance, opened a front from the Lebanese side towards Israel in order to, in their words, detain or distract or pin down some Israeli forces in northern Israel, and to show that Iran, through its allies, was, joining the fight to some degree as relates to Gaza. The war has been ongoing between Israel and Hezbollah for the last 7 months, but it has been, let's call it a limited war, a medium-level war with very kind of precise targeting on both sides. It's important to note that more than 100,000 Israeli civilians had to vacate northern Israel, and more than 100,000 Lebanese civilians had to vacate southern Lebanon. The U.S. is actively mediating between Hezbollah and Israel to try to get that front, as it were, to stabilize. But that's unlikely to happen before we get a ceasefire in Gaza.
Let's talk a little bit more about the situation there in Gaza as we take a live look at the Israel-Gaza border. Some pretty strong comments by Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant criticizing Prime Minister Netanyahu over who is going to govern Gaza after the war. I want to get your take here. What stood out to you about Gallant's comments, and why have they caused so much controversy, so much backlash?
Well, I think, the war is in its 7th month. I think many people in Israel and leaders are realizing it's entering its final stage. That relates to Rafah. Will there be an operation in Rafah? Will it be limited? Will it be large? But even Prime Minister Netanyahu sort of signals that the Rafah battle will be the last one of this war. This means that Israeli leaders and the Israeli public have to begin thinking about the day after the war. What will Israel's position be? What will its responsibilities be? Also, let's not forget the Israeli political situation is extremely divided and fraught. Obviously, there were massive demonstrations before October 7, and politicians are beginning to jockey for position, probably because Prime Minister Netanyahu, once the war is over, might not be able to cling on to power. So they're beginning to stake out political positions that might serve them well. But it's very true that Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that Israel will continue to rule or occupy or govern Gaza after the war is over. But that is not a very sustainable position, nor is it a very popular position. And certainly the United States and other powers are urging a very different course to bring in maybe a multinational force in cooperation with Israel and maybe Egypt and the UAE that would need to include the Palestinian Authority as kind of the political legitimating force, even if the military forces were from other countries.
And we heard from Hamas leadership. They said essentially they will not accept anything that prevents them from being involved in ruling Gaza after the war is over. Is that even something that Israel would consider and essentially agree to allow Hamas to be involved in ruling Gaza after the war is over?
That's a very good point and a very sticky or difficult one. It is something that is also being discussed very seriously between the Americans and its regional partners, Egypt and others, as well as the Palestinian Authority. A number of ideas have come up. First of all, Hamas, one idea is to include at least the political wing of Hamas into the PLO, which is the Palestinian Liberation Organization, sort of the general body that represents the Palestinians. but then allow the Palestinian Authority, which is a more technocratic body, and just bring in technocrats, in other words, members neither of the Fatah organization, which is the other big party, nor Hamas, bring in a technocratic Palestinian Authority to govern Hamas, but keep parts of Hamas within the Palestinian national movement. It is a very complex issue. Hamas itself has multiple leaderships. It's not unified. It is going to be a very major sticking point, but I think most people agree, even in the region, that Hamas cannot have a direct role in Gaza or in governing Gaza after the war is over.
The European Union has essentially said that if Israel does continue with that full-scale Rafah operation, it could put a strain on the relationship between the European Union and Israel. What is that relationship like, and is that an important one to Israel, especially considering the ongoing war?
It is an important relationship. It's not as important as the relationship with the U.S. for Israel, no doubt. The U.S. is the main strategic and defense partner. It's also the main political patron, which protects it in the United Nations votes and so on. But the EU is historically, obviously, a big ally and supporter of Israel. The EU is Israel's largest trading partner, accounts for about 10% of Israel's GDP in terms of trade. EU and Israel have a free trade agreement. There's been a lot of opposition that's grown in the last few months in Europe, in civil society groups and other human rights groups, some of them calling to abrogate or suspend the free trade agreement, similarly to protest movements that we've seen in the US. So I would say these warnings from the EU come kind of in support of the US warnings as well. They're kind of in the same vein. I would continue to say it's the US that is the main concern for Israel, but it has to keep the EU in mind, given its deep economic and historic ties.
We're starting to see reports that are circulating saying that Israel essentially fears Egypt will stop its mediation role with Hamas here as we are waiting for a ceasefire hostage release deal. Why might that be the case, and what could potentially be the impact of that situation kind of unfolding there?
Well, I met with some Egyptian officials yesterday. They are very distraught, very unhappy, very distressed about the situation. Obviously, the 7 months of war in Gaza have taken a toll on Egypt itself in terms of its economy, loss of tourism, loss of trade. They're already in the biggest economic crisis they've had in a long time. They fear that the Israeli right wing's plan is effectively to try to evict those 2 million Palestinians and throw them into the Egyptian Sinai desert and have them be Egypt's responsibility, which Egypt is very much opposed to and very much concerned about. Also recently, Israel, in effect, in violation of the Israeli-Egyptian peace treaty, took over the Philadelphia crossing without coordination, without kind of permission from Egypt. That has also aggravated the situation. I think the Egyptian position is they want Israel to, like the U.S. position, to look for an end to this war, to look for a permanent ceasefire, and in order to reduce the risk on Egypt and I would say the region itself. So I think Egypt and the U.S. are on the same page, but I don't have any indication that Egypt is suspending its mediation role with Hamas.
Right. Paul Salem there. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break down the latest developments there. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
I would say certainly that this ongoing war is proven to be a national security threat and priority to the United States. It has continued to impede shipping in the Red Sea. It led to a direct confrontation between Iran and Israel, which, if it were to escalate, would disrupt energy markets, would greatly impact the U.S. economy, the global economy. It has also spurred Iran possibly to think more seriously about going towards a nuclear weapon. So this is not just a local war with drastic humanitarian situations, but something that affects the region and the global economy, and something that affects U.S. national security interests. So I think this administration is taking it seriously, and I think any administration looking for U.S. interests has to take this very, very seriously.
All right, Paul Salem there, CEO and president at the Middle East Institute over in D.C. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
You too. All right, I do want to take you out to this live image that we do have coming in out of D.C. right now. That is where we do expect to be hearing from Merrick Garland in just a matter of minutes. This is kind of what we refer to as a stakeout camera. They are waiting there with the podium set up. Now, we know that the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees today are going to consider a resolution to hold Attorney General Garland in contempt of Congress over his failure to produce the subpoenaed audio recording of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur during that classified records probe. The House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer and House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan previously threatened to hold Garland in contempt of Congress over the Justice Department's failure to produce those audio recordings. Now, the DOJ last month reminded the committees that it had produced a transcript of Biden's interview with the special counsel and said that it would not turn over that audio recording of the interview. Comer said Monday that Garland, quote, has refused to provide the audio files of President Biden's interview with the special counsel. Again, you can see the microphones are set up. They're getting media in place there. So once we see Garland approach the podium there, we'll make sure to bring you his comments here. And then we're also going to head live into that hearing that is set to begin at 10 a.m. Eastern time in just about 44 minutes. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour. But as you can see, a lot more news to get to. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you can see former President Donald Trump entering into that Manhattan courthouse here. We know that he makes some comments fairly briefly prior to entering the courtroom here. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Will you testify, Mr. Trump? Thank you very much. We are going to be, excuse me. We are going to be working with a lot of people over the next couple of weeks. This is finishing up at some point. It'll be finished. Every single review, every legal scholar that I've been able to read said there's no case, there's no crime. It's a disgrace that it was allowed to happen. The judge, as you know, is highly conflicted, like nobody I've ever seen is conflicted. He should not be the judge. He should not be allowed to have anything to do with this case. He should be so far away from this case. Outside, if you take a look, it looks like we're Fort Knox. There's so many police and they don't allow people to come. You know, you're allowed to have friendly protests, but we're not allowed to have anything here. They have more police and more assistant DAs and DAs. I've never seen anything like it. Over what everybody, Alan Dershowitz, everybody said, there's no crime here. There's no crime. Jonathan Durley, every single person, Greg Jarrett, Andy McCarthy, look, anyone you want to name, Mark Levin, great lawyer, all of them, great lawyers, great legal scholars. Every single one said there's no crime. The crime is that they're doing this case. This was a case that wasn't going to be done, and then when I announced I was running, they brought it up. They could have done it 7 years ago. This could have been brought 7 years ago, but they wanted it right smack in the middle of election. These are very dishonest people that we're dealing with. But outside, it's like Fort Knox. You can't get within 3 blocks of this place if you're a civilian. And it's a shame what they're doing. What they're doing in terms of suppression and election interference has never been anything like that. The good news is the polls are through the roof. One just came out way up in North Carolina, way up in Georgia, way up in Nevada, way up in Arizona. Overall, way up, leading by 5, 6, 7 points. Crooked Joe Biden, most crooked president we've ever had, the worst president in the history of our country. We have a lot of congressmen and some senators down today, and they're all up in arms over this. They can't even believe it. We have quite a few congressmen. I guess you'll be talking to them in a little while. But I want to thank you very much for coming. At least we're getting the word out, but it's very unfair. I'd like to be in these various states where I should be campaigning like anybody else. This is Biden trial. This all comes out of the White House and the Department of Justice. This is all them. In fact, a lead person from the DOJ is running the trial. So Biden's office is running this trial. This trial is a scam, and it's a sham, and it shouldn't happen. Thank you very much.
Will you testify, Mr. Trump?
Do you have faith? Do your voters believe you? Do you have faith in your legal team?
Will you testify, Mr. Trump?
Good job. All right, so as I mentioned, some brief comments there from former President Trump ahead of the hush money trial resuming there in Manhattan. We do know that Michael Cohen is expected to testify again. We have a live image of Merrick Garland. Let's pop up the audio.
Fallen agents. I'll be happy to take a few questions before we get going.
Mr. Attorney General, in your professional capacity, you suggested to the president to invoke executive privilege. He invoked executive privilege. It protects you both personally. Is that a conflict of interest?
Look, the Justice Department is a fundamental institution of our democracy. People depend on us to ensure that our investigations and our prosecutions are conducted according to the facts and the law and without political influence. We have gone to extraordinary lengths to ensure that the committees get responses to their legitimate requests. But this is not one. To the contrary, this is one that would harm our ability in the future to successfully pursue sensitive investigations. Now, there have been a series of unprecedented and frankly unfounded attacks on the Justice Department. This request, this effort to use contempt as a method of obtaining our sensitive law enforcement files is just the most recent. The effort to threaten to defund our investigations and the way in which there are contributions to an atmosphere that puts our agents and our prosecutors at risk, these are wrong. Look, the only thing I can do is continue to do the right thing. I will protect this building and its people.
General, one thing respond. Go ahead. You kind of answered this just now, but I was wondering, what this combined with the efforts to defund Jack Smith and the other attacks on Biden administration officials say about, the broader effort to discredit you and to discredit the Justice Department, and also, how do you manage that? How are you resisting that? And what can you do about that as Attorney General?
Look, we have to go about our work following the federal principles of prosecution. As I said, we follow the facts and the law. We screen out outside inappropriate influences. That's what we're doing here. We're protecting our ability to continue to do high-profile and sensitive investigations, and we will continue to do that.
Mr. Perry, last question. It now seems the odds now seem vanishingly small that the two Jack Smith federal cases are going to begin trial, let alone finish trial, this year. What does that say about the pace of the justice system and confidence in this Justice Department?
Look, the special counsel brought both cases last year. He appropriately requested speedy trials. The matter is now in the hands of the judiciary, and I'm not going to be able to comment any further.
Thank you, everyone. We have to go to the FBI memorial. Thank you, everyone.
Do you think the president is forgetful, Mr. President?
All right, so some questions there answered over by Merrick Garland, the Attorney General. This all coming ahead of that 10 a.m. Eastern Time contempt hearing in Congress that is expected to begin, as I mentioned, in about 35 minutes. So he did answer, I believe, about 3 questions there. Now, the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees are today going to consider that resolution to hold Attorney General Garland in contempt of Congress over his failure to produce the subpoenaed audio recording of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur during that classified records probe. The House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer and House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan previously threatening to hold Garland in contempt of Congress over the Justice Department's failure to produce those audio recordings. That hearing will get underway and cameras will be allowed inside, so we will make sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. The time now 9:26 over on the East Coast and 6:26 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We do have a live event that is expected to begin momentarily here as Speaker Mike Johnson and House Republican leadership are going to hold a news conference here urging Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to bring the Israel Security Assistance Support Act to the Senate floor for a vote. Now, this would essentially mandate Biden administration there sending arms over to Israel. Biden has said if it does make it to his desk, he will make sure to veto that. It is also likely to die in the Senate prior to all of that, but Mike Johnson and other Republicans there are going to urge Schumer to bring that to the Senate floor for a vote. We'll make sure to bring you those remarks here as they do get underway in just a matter of minutes. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 9:27 on the East Coast and 6:27 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over at the Israel-Gaza border as we do get to the latest here out of the Middle East. The U.S. military says it has now finished installing a floating pier along the Gaza Strip, another way to bring humanitarian aid into the area. Now, in the meantime, Israel says that Hamas is again firing rockets toward the Kerem Shalom crossing, which is used to get humanitarian aid into Gaza. In a post on social media, former Israeli government spokesperson Eylon Levy saying, quote, "It's impossible to operate a humanitarian aid crossing under constant fire. Hamas must stop trying to engineer a humanitarian crisis in Gaza." And speaking of Israeli government spokespeople, I do want to send it over to Tal Heinrich. She is an Israeli government spokesperson and delivered remarks moments ago on the ongoing war there in Gaza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shalom. I'm Tal Heinrich, spokesperson for the Israeli Prime Minister's office. Today is day 223 of the October 7th war, and our war aims remain the same: to destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, to free all 132 hostages, our stolen people still brutally imprisoned by Hamas in their terror dungeons. They must come back home. And lastly, we want to ensure that Gaza does not pose a threat to Israel and the rest of the civilized world in the future. Our war objectives are within reach. The day after Hamas in Gaza will be achieved the day after Hamas no longer has the capability to terrorize innocent civilians. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, quote, "What we're doing is what we have to do to win this war. We have to destroy Hamas's fighting formations. They have 4 terrorist battalions left in Gaza. We can't leave that there because they'll reconquer the Gaza Strip, set up their military power again. And they promised, they vowed to commit these savage murders again and again and again." End quote. This is why the IDF is operating in Eastern Rafah, to destroy the remaining operational terrorist battalions there. The Prime Minister also noted that 500,000 Palestinian civilians heeded the advice from the IDF and moved away from the fighting zones to the safer zones, where humanitarian aid, food, shelter, water, and medical care are available. Now to an update on IDF casualties. Since the outset of the October 7th massacre, IDF fatalities have unfortunately risen to 626. Captain Ro'i Bet Yaakov was 22 years old from Eli. Staff Sergeant Gilad Aryeh Boim was 22 from Karmei Shomron. Sergeant Daniel Chemo was 20 from Tiberias. Sergeant Ilan Cohen was 20 from Carmiel. Staff Sergeant Betzalel David Shashua was 20 from Tel Aviv. The 5 of them fell in the north of the Gaza Strip. May their memories be a blessing. Our hearts go out to all the families of those soldiers killed in action, as well as those who were murdered, taken hostage, and wounded. I want to update you on aid going into Gaza, coordinated by COGET. Israel maintains its effort to get more essential aid into Gaza under strict supervision intended to prevent the transfer of equipment to terrorist elements. In the last day, around 250 trucks of aid entered Gaza. And since the beginning of the war, 28,000 trucks delivering over 530,000 tons of humanitarian aid have gone in. And these are the facts. More food and aid enter Gaza, the Gaza Strip, every day. And that's 80% more food compared to what was imported to Gaza before October 7th. That is more than enough to feed everyone there. The humanitarian aid arrives at the Gaza Strip by sea, by air, and by land. Next, I want to deal with the UN General Assembly May 10th decision to recognize a Palestinian state. I want to share with you that the Israeli government has unanimously decided to reject it, reflecting a clear sentiment within the Israeli public. The Prime Minister said, quote, "We will not reward the terrible massacre of October 7th, which 80% of the Palestinians support, both in Gaza and in Judea and Samaria. We will not allow them to establish a terrorist state from which they will be able to vigorously attack us." And now to the most outrageous yet unsurprising, underreported, repeating pattern. UNRWA. we have already proven that it is collaborating with Hamas. This week, Israel released video footage of armed terrorists shooting from within an UNRWA compound alongside UN vehicles. That's armed terrorists inside the UNRWA logistics warehouse in eastern Rafah, from where aid is distributed in Gaza, and also shooting at civilians right outside. We repeat this again. UNRWA is in bed with Hamas. UNRWA must be replaced with other organizations which are not tainted by support for terrorism. UNRWA is not part of the solution, but it is part of the problem. UNRWA's raison d'etre is to perpetuate the conflict. And finally, every day, the fake figures used about this war are being discredited. Yesterday, Prime Minister spoke about the ratio of civilians to combatants killed in this war as one of the lowest in urban warfare history. And today I want to shine a light on the World Health Organization. Since this war began, the World Health Organization has been reporting Hamas Ministry of Health figures without question. This is even more troubling because these are the figures quoted in South Africa's submission to the ICJ. You will have seen that the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, has significantly modified the numbers of casualties in Gaza. It is proven beyond any doubt that the data of the Hamas Ministry of Health in Gaza is part of the Hamas fake propaganda apparatus. That's the end of our briefing for today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat box within, and also mention your news outlet, please.
Thank you. First question from Joel Pollack of Breitbart News. Can you explain why the government press office sought to publicise a speech by the defence minister in which he criticised the government's own policy? And related, why did a member of the government choose to start a public debate about the day after in the midst of the war and facing international pressure?
The Mr. Pollack, for this question. I'll address your question. You see, Israel is a vibrant democracy. The citizens of this country and also the country's elected officials are entitled to voice their opinions. It's important to note that the war cabinet, the government, the people of Israel are overwhelmingly united to achieve our just war objectives. And as I just mentioned at the top of the briefing, one of our war objectives is to ensure that Gaza will never pose a threat to Israel ever again. And this is why we say that first, Hamas must be destroyed. You know, you can't control a territory. They can't control a territory. We can't let them have an army of terror. It's unacceptable. It's a decision that we took as a nation. And second, Israel must maintain security responsibility in Gaza to make sure that we don't see a resurgence of terrorism after Hamas is gone. And there will be such attempt. You know, we must be able to deal with these attempts in the future, to go in and out whenever needed. So I'll say it this way. There will be zero compromise on our security. We'll do whatever it takes to protect our people. And third, we also say that the reconstruction of Gaza must be intertwined with de-radicalization of the Palestinian society. Otherwise, you know, it's just back to square one. And this is why the Prime Minister said yesterday that he will not agree to exchange Hamastan with Fatahstan. We've been very consistent, reasonably consistent in our demand that no organization, no entity which funds terrorism or educates children to terrorism, to glorify martyrs, believe that the refugees until the state of Israel will one day cease to exist. No such entity will run Gaza in the day after Hamas. It's not what we want to see. And again, this is a reasonable demand that is supported by most Israelis. And I'm not just saying it, you know, you guys are the media, your news outlets, you have presence on the ground also in Israel. You can go ask Israelis yourself, go to some of the major cities, talk to people on the street, and in these words, you know, ask them if they want to replicate the Palestinian Authority pay-to-slay scheme, education to terrorism, and the Fatah military wing, and have them in the Gaza Strip. So there's your answer.
Thank you. Another question from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Is the American policy of withholding a shipment of bombs changing Israeli strategy on the ground? For example, causing more soldiers to enter or avoid potentially booby-trapped buildings that otherwise would have been bombed?
So this is a question that I can't specifically address for the very reason that we don't speak about military strategy happening on the ground or military strategy moving ahead. What I can say is that it's no secret that we have certain disagreements with our best friends, and it's okay. It happens in families. We share concerns with the Americans. We are in constant communication with them. We appreciate the support that we have received so far and continue to receive from the White House, from the U.S. Congress, and from the American people. We see the overwhelming support to our war objectives in polls, so we appreciate all of it for giving us the tools and you know, to do whatever it takes to defend ourselves. This is all I can say in that respect.
Thank you. That's the last question.
And that concludes the Daily Briefing for today.
All right, that was Tal Heinrich there with the Israeli government providing today's briefing again moments ago there over in Tel Aviv, Israel. Do want to remind you that coming up in a matter of minutes here, we expect to hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson and other Republican lawmakers there who are urging Chuck Schumer to bring an Israel bill over to the Senate floor. They want to vote right away, and this is all mandating aid being sent over to Israel, talking about weapons and things of that nature. But Biden has said if that does make it to his desk, he would veto it. We're also waiting on the Merrick Garland contempt hearing that is set to begin in Congress in just about 19 minutes. We'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute break now, but as you can see, a lot more coverage to get to. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you live out to a protest over at DePaul University. This is in Chicago, and we have been covering this all throughout the morning. Jeanne Francine was on the air live as all of this was playing out. As you can see, this protest is still underway at this point, but police are kind of blocking off the area, making sure that everything does stay under control here. We did actually hear from police in a very brief statement, maybe about an hour ago. So I do want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay. All right.
Everybody ready?
Ready, thank you.
All right. Good morning. My name is John Hine. I'm Chief of Patrol for the Chicago Police Department. Today's date, the Chicago Police Department, at the request of DePaul University, assisted in the removal of the encampment on DePaul University's grounds, specifically the quad area. As the officers approached, several dispersal orders were given. Mainly, the first order was given by DePaul University, the Vice President of Student Affairs, for the individuals to voluntarily comply to vacate the premises, at which time several other dispersal orders were given by the Chicago Police Department to vacate the quad area of the premises. At that time, as the approach occurred, voluntary compliance, all individuals who were inside the encampment voluntarily left, no confrontations, there were no resistance. 2 arrests were made outside of the encampment for obstruction of traffic. A male and a female subject were placed into custody. A 21 and 25-year-old, they're taken to the 18th District, where they'll be processed and released. At this time, I'd be fielding a couple questions to answer.
Were the people arrested students that were participating in the front?
I'm not sure if they were students or not at DePaul University at this time.
Any idea how many officers actually were here initially?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Just for officer safety, we'll never release those kind of numbers. Just for future endeavors that we have at protest, we don't release those numbers.
I'm sorry, repeat what those arrests were for.
I think obstruction of traffic.
Sir, we have no video, or we have no idea if what the students are saying is true. One of them came out and said that there was a young girl who was beaten out of her tent. Do you have any reports of anything like that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The Chicago Police Department, along with DePaul University, as we approached, we had videographers with us, Department of Law. There's no confrontations. Like I said, as we approached, all the subjects voluntarily left the area.
Some of them were telling us that they were inside the tents and that police officers began removing the tents while they were in them. Can you clarify?
I did not see that.
Was there a safety factor that precipitated the dispersal of the encampment?
Absolutely. For the individuals involved, absolutely, and the officers. There's always a safety aspect to this. I mean, we ensure the safety for the demonstrators, the encampment, the people inside, along with the officers and the residents of the area. There's always a safety precaution.
Was there a particular threat or anything of that nature?
A particular threat? We don't go into those kind of discussions.
Do you have an approximate number of how many people were actually in the encampment when police were?
Not at this time. No.
Last question, please.
What happens now? What's next? What is your role in what's happening?
What a role?
Right now they're sealing off the quad.
That is DePaul University. DePaul University is a private property, so DePaul University will take control of their own property.
So in about an hour, will police leave or stay here, remain? How long?
That's yet to be determined. It's very early right now, but this is DePaul University. It's their property. They'll take control of their property. All right, thank you, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
You know what? You contact DePaul Communications Office, and they'll let you know as far as cleaning up and what.
All right, so a fairly brief news conference there with Chicago police as they were talking about breaking up that encampment. You can now see that it's kind of moved over there, but this is over at DePaul University in Chicago, Illinois. This is coming courtesy of WBBM. You can see just how many law enforcement officers are kind of lined up. The protest still underway here and showing no signs of letting up anytime soon. As far as that protest on the DePaul campus, we do know that at least 2 people were arrested. That is according to Chicago police. Want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break now at 9:48 on the East Coast and 6:48 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:50 on the East Coast, 6:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news over the next several hours. What you're looking at right now is a podium shot, as we do expect to hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson and other lawmakers in really just a matter of minutes. They're going to be speaking about aid to Israel and pushing for a vote by the Senate. They are essentially wanting to say to Chuck Schumer that he should bring a vote on the Senate floor, all related to aid to Israel. This would essentially mandate that that aid is sent over to Israel. If it does pass the Senate, President Biden and his office have said that they will actually veto it. What you're looking at now, that live image out of D.C., you can see several lawmakers there. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Elise Stefanik there as well, Steve Scalise. We're going to hear from them as they approach the podium.
Thank you all for being here this morning. We're here today to discuss the broad bipartisan support for Israel that is being actively undermined now by President Biden and Senate Leader Schumer. But first, I want to address the breaking news from this morning. About an hour ago, we learned that President Biden has invoked executive privilege to prevent the American people from hearing the audio recordings of his testimony with Special Counsel Robert Hur. The American people will not be able to hear why prosecutors felt the President of the United States was, in Special Counsel Robert Hur's words, a, quote, elderly man with a poor memory, and thus shouldn't be charged. Just think about that for a moment. President Biden is apparently afraid for the citizens of this country and everyone to hear those tapes. They obviously confirm what the special counsel has found, and would likely cause, I suppose, in his estimation, such alarm with the American people that the president is using all of his power to suppress their release. And rather than defend our closest ally at war, President Biden is using his authority to defend himself politically. Now, on the issue of today, just as President Biden defies the will of Congress with his use of executive privilege, he is brazenly doing so by withholding congressionally mandated aid. Just last month, Senator Chuck Schumer declared from the Senate floor, this is his quote, "The House must rush to Israel's aid as quickly as humanly possible." Well, today, Senator Schumer has done an about-face. He's reversed course. Yet again, it is President Biden and Senator Schumer himself who are standing in the way of getting Israel the resources it desperately needs to defend itself. The House has tried multiple times to deliver this much-needed aid to Israel, and each and every time now, Biden and Schumer have opposed it. And now, just weeks after Congress passed the National Security Supplemental, which included $26 billion for Israel, the Biden administration is defying the will of Congress and withholding weapon shipments to Israel. We want the president to hear this loud and clear. He said just not long ago that we had to have ironclad support for Israel. Well, that's what he previously proclaimed, but his actions are doing exactly the opposite. This is a catastrophic decision with global implications. It is obviously being done as a political calculation, and we cannot let this stand. The House will be voting on legislation to compel the delivery of defense weapons to Israel as they fight to protect themselves from radical terrorists and defend their very existence as a nation. But Joe Biden is threatening to veto that legislation, and Chuck Schumer is suggesting now that he refuses to bring it to the Senate floor. On October 7th, Hamas, the radical terrorists, which are proxies for Iran, lit a fire in Israel, a proverbial fire that is still burning. And Biden and Schumer are telling Israel that they are only really allowed to put out part of that fire. That is just simply not going to work. Israel needs to finish the job, and America needs to help Israel extinguish the flame of terror that is wrought by Hamas. It wasn't that long ago when President Biden called for the elimination of Hamas, but he's not doing that anymore. And now it's clear that Biden and Schumer have turned their back on Israel. They are carrying water for Iran and its proxies. This is not complicated. It's actually very simple. This is a moment where we need, not just the American people, but the entire world need moral clarity. You are either with Israel or you are not. And if Schumer refuses to bring this up for a vote, he'll be telling the world that his party, the Democrats, are no longer willing to stand with our great ally. I don't think that that is a palatable position to the American people. With that, I'll yield next to our Republican Majority Leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Later today, the House is going to be making a very historic and important vote, and that's whether or not we continue to stand with Israel, whether we're going to ensure that the Biden administration follows through on their promise to deliver the weapons that in many cases Israel already paid for. Just think about that. Many of the weapons that President Biden is holding back right now are weapons that Israel paid for months ago. In some cases, things that they paid for before Hamas actually invaded Israel. And right now, while they're at war, and whether President Biden completely understands the severity of this war or not, the people in Israel surely do. The duly elected leadership in Israel understand that they're in a war that they have to win. They have to eviscerate Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, which is funded and supported by Iran. Now, while President Biden is impeding the ability for Israel to defend themselves, Iran's not holding back. You saw them fire over 300 drones and missiles into Israel. Hamas is not slowing down. Hamas, by the way, still has over 130 hostages, including American citizens. Where is President Biden caring about the lives of those American citizens that are being held hostage right now in tunnels under Gaza? And he's supporting, President Biden is supporting Hamas's position against Israel? This is disgusting. And Chuck Schumer is going to hold this bill up. I think the public pressure, when this bill passes with a bipartisan vote today through the House, the public pressure will grow so large that Chuck Schumer will have to take this bill up. And if this bill does pass the Senate, like some other bills that President Biden threatened to veto, that he ultimately signed, because the public finally had enough. This is one of those cases. Because this is a time for choosing, as the Speaker said. And the choice is very clear. Right now, there is a war going on between Israel and Hamas. And if you're not supporting Israel, you're supporting Hamas, a terrorist organization. And so when President Biden said he wants to hold back on those arms sales, he is holding back on Israel's ability to go and fight a war against Hamas. The only other person that really wants that is Hamas. Why would President Biden choose that side? Well, today on the House floor, every member of Congress is going to have the opportunity to make that choice. This House majority leadership on the Republican side has been crystal clear from the beginning. We support Israel in their right to self-defense. They are under attack from a terrorist organization, and they will defend themselves. They have a right to defend themselves, and they're going to have our support in that right to self-defense. We will have Israel's back, and we're going to see who else does when the vote happens later today. And then we send that bill over to Chuck Schumer, and he's going to have to make a decision. He can give a bunch of hot air and rhetoric today, but when that bill comes over to the Senate, there's going to be a lot of other people, I think, that are going to have a say in whether or not he sits on that bill and sides with Hamas or else supports Israel. With that, I want to bring up our whip, Mr. Tom Emmer.
1 month ago, on April 13th, Senator Schumer tweeted, quote, "We stand with Israel and its people, and the United States will do everything we can to support Israel's defense against Iran," close quote. The following day, he said, quote, "The U.S. commitment to Israel's security is ironclad," close quote. Flash forward to yesterday, when Senator Schumer said he will block our bill requiring President Biden to send military aid to Israel. Where is your support now, Senator? Was it always just lip service, or do I need to buy you a new dictionary? Because last I checked, purposely withholding resources from one of our most precious allies when they're fighting for their very existence is not an ironclad commitment to their defense. It's aiding and abetting barbaric terrorists whose sole mission is to wipe Israel off the face of the planet. Moral of the story, when Joe Biden and the Democrats tell you that they support Israel, do not believe them. Actions speak much louder than words, and their actions have shown that they would rather stand in solidarity with terrorists than support our strongest ally in the Middle East. Meanwhile, the world is watching. Iran and its proxies are taking note. But the American people and our allies can rest assured that House Republicans will not let up on our mission to ensure Israel has the resources it needs to end Hamas once and for all. And with that, I'll turn it over to our conference chair, Elise Stefanik.
Thank you, Whip Emmer. Just a brief comment on the breaking news this morning. We continue to see unprecedented and illegal lawfare against President Trump, whether it's the sham Alvin Bragg trial in New York City or the weaponized DOJ. Joe Biden disregarded over 250 years of constitutional executive privilege when he orchestrated an unprecedented raid on President Trump's home to obtain presidential records that President Trump was allowed to have under the Presidential Records Act. Now, Joe Biden is hiding behind executive privilege to prevent the American public from hearing how he knowingly mishandled classified intelligence for personal financial gain. On Israel, the lack of leadership we're seeing from the Democrat Party led by Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer is disgraceful. They have turned their backs on supporting our most precious ally, Israel, in a time of existential need, instead choosing to placate the far-left Democrat radicals who are now the anti-Semitic political base of their party. Schumer, time and time again, vehemently blocked our Israel aid package and publicly rebuked Prime Minister Netanyahu, the leader of an ally at war. Meanwhile, Joe Biden has done everything in his power to give Iran and its terrorist proxies the green light to escalate attacks, withholding critical aid, pressuring Israel to surrender, and continuing Biden's failed foreign policy of appeasement. At every opportunity, Joe Biden has failed to support Israel. Under Joe Biden, our adversaries no longer fear us, and our allies cannot rely on us. If Joe Biden wanted to ensure Israel could defend itself, he would. Yet he refuses. The American people will judge Joe Biden for this failure, and history will judge Joe Biden for this failure as well. House Republicans will not be deterred. We will put this legislation on the floor this week. We will put President Trump back in the White House, grow our majority, take the Senate, and together Republicans will always stand with Israel and its right to exist. And I'm proud to turn it back over to the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
We'll take a few questions if you have any. Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering, have you had any conversations with Leader McConnell regarding this bill? And if Senator Schumer refuses to bring it up, how can you further advance this act?
Clearly, Senate Republicans are in favor of this, and as we noted at the outset here, we do have broad bipartisan support, I believe, in the House. We'll affirm that again here shortly. But this should not be a partisan issue. It is shameful that it has become that. We have to stand with our closest ally, Israel. They are the only stable democracy in the Middle East. They are one of our closest friends, if not the most important ally that we have, for strategic reasons and for all the other reasons that all of us stand with Israel. That has always been our position. And this that you see happening right now is a brazen political decision by the President of the United States and by Leader Schumer, because they are clearly making this decision to appeal to a small subset, an element in their party that they're trying to appease. As Chair Stefanik said, you know, they've been appeasing Iran and they've been criticizing Israel. And now they're trying to appease a radical band of pro-Hamas supporters in their party. That's clearly what's happening here, and it is affecting the stability of the entire region, and it is a great concern to the entire world. And so that's why we're calling this out. We want everybody to see it for exactly what it is. There's nowhere to hide from this. As we noted, the President himself and Leader Schumer both, within just the last several weeks, were saying that we should stand with Israel. They were using the right language, and now they are doing it in a complete about-face. Why? Because they have new polling that suggests that they should. That is the only possible explanation for this, and it's unconscionable to us. Yes, ma'am.
Confident that the full House will approve the contempt resolution to hold Garland in contempt, given the executive privilege letters today?
We'll see how that develops, one issue at a time. Yes, over here.
Some Democrats have said that this legislation is no longer necessary because President Biden is moving forward with a $1 billion arms deal for Israel. What's your response?
That's a pittance. That is a window dressing. That is to try to give him political cover. Those are things that were already determined a long time ago. We just passed the aid package just less than 3 weeks ago. And now they're defying the will of Congress. This was an overwhelming vote here on this floor, as you saw, the support for Israel. We separated each of those votes so that we could see exactly where everyone was. And that was a very clear message to the White House, to the Senate, and to the American people. And now the President of the United States is standing in the way of the will of the people. That was done here through their duly elected representatives.
All right, so what you were hearing there was Speaker Mike Johnson, other GOP lawmakers, including Elise Stefanik, speaking about the aid over to Israel and a vote that they want to happen in the Senate on a measure that would mandate the weapons being sent over to Israel. Biden has said if it does make it to his desk, he will make sure to veto it. Now, we are waiting for that contempt of Congress hearing to get underway in the House Judiciary Committee. We've seen Jim Jordan sit down. He is getting everything prepared and ready to go. So this is actually the perfect time to take our first 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more live coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox.